Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome to today's Planning and Highways Committee. It's a very long and complicated meeting today, and I will try and talk people through what we're doing when we're doing it. We're going to try and break it into 3 segments because one of the items, the deferred item from the last meeting, can only be heard by those members that were sitting in that meeting. So any members that have come to this meeting that weren't at the last, I'm going to ask them, when I leave the chair, I'm going to ask them to either leave the room with me or to sit here quietly, not catch the chair's eye and not attempt to vote, because we need that continuity of decision making through the process. So having said that, you've got a flavour of how complicated it's going to be for us today, but we'd like to give every hearing, every case the hearing it warrants and deserves. So please bear with us as we make these complicated adjustments. So I'll hand you over to Abby for the housekeeping arrangements.
Thank you, Chair. In the event of a fire alarm sounding, please take instruction from staff and stewards. The assembly point is at Tudor Square. Please can I request everyone to switch mobile devices to silent mode so as not to disturb the conduct of the meeting. The meeting today will be webcast and the recording will also be available for people to view later through the Council's website. While ever the meeting is open to the public, photography, video and sound recording of the proceedings is permitted. However, the Chair has discretion to withdraw or suspend this permission, for example, if the recording is disrupting the conduct of the meeting or is being undertaken in a manner which could capture personal information, or in the event that a member of the public participating in a meeting objects to being recorded. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Abby. For the benefit of those looking on the webcast, I'm going to go around the room and ask each member of the meeting in turn to introduce themselves. There are officers on the top table that help the members make the decisions, and sat around the U there are members of the council who actually take responsibility for the decisions. So I'll hand over to you, Alan.
Councillor Alan Woodcock, East Ecclesfield Ward.
Brian?
Councillor Brian Holmshaw, Green Party Councillor for Broomhill and Sherrivale Ward.
Pete?
Councillor Peter Price, member for Brightside, Share Green.
Mike?
Mike Chaplin, Councillor for Southey Ward.
Tom?
Hi, I'm Councillor Tom Hunt. I'm a councillor for Walkley Ward.
Roger?
Hello, I'm Roger Davis and I'm a councillor for Ecclesall Ward.
Barbara?
Barbara Masters, councillor for Ecclesall Ward.
Bob?
Councillor McCann, councillor for Bayton Ward.
And Richard?
Yes, Richard Williams, Councillor for Stannington Ward and substitute for Councillor Woodcraft.
Thank you very much. Abby, have we received any apologies for absence today?
Thank you, Chair. We've had apologies for absence from Councillor Gary Weatherall and his sub is Councillor Tom Hunt. Apologies from Councillor Cliff Woodcraft and his sub is Councillor Richard Williams, and we've also had apologies from Councillor Nigat Basharat. Thank you.
Thank you for that. The next item on the agenda is exclusion of the public and press. I do not believe we have any items on the agenda today that warrant that. No. Okay. I'm going to ask members now whether they have any declarations of interest in any item on the agenda. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's item 9F. I've received representations from neighbours and I've made comments which include to the planning department. Therefore, I would exclude myself from that.
Okay, thank you for that. I'm sure Vicky and Abby will remind me when it comes to that item. Now we come to minutes of the previous meeting, which are in your pack, starting at page 9 and going through to page 20. I'll go through them first of all for accuracy. Page 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, Councillor Humshaw.
Thank you, Chair. Could I ask for a clarification, a correction on this? This is on the planning application for Charles Street and Norfolk Street. So it says here that I said something, but I didn't. I did not say that the 3 ward councillors and local residents had not been consulted, but I did say that they had not been notified that the planning meeting to assess the application, they weren't told about that. So, as a result, local residents were not able to be present at the meeting. So that is a correction from what it says here, that they had not been consulted. What I actually said was that they had not been notified that the meeting was to take place. So if you could change that, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll make sure that's amended in the minutes that are agreed. Page 15. And finally, page 16. I think we can agree that's accurate because we're here. So I can take those with the amendment as an accurate record. Yep, no dissent. That's brilliant. Now I'm going to start on agenda item. Item 6 is a site visit, and we normally have a site visit on the Monday morning of the week when we have the next planning meeting. So all the hoo-ha will be over. It will be January for our next meeting. So I'm not going to say Merry Christmas at this point, but if members will have it outlined in their diary and will be notified of the schedule for the meeting closer to the time. Item 7, we have a couple of tree preservation orders. So I'm going to hand over to Vanessa to present the report and to guide us what we are advised to do. So the first one is tree preservation order number 456, Vanessa.
Thanks very much. I'm seeking confirmation of TPO 456, which was made on the 4th of August 2022 to protect a sycamore located at the side of the public footpath at Cartmell Hill in Woodseats. A copy of the order can be seen in Appendix A. On the 17th of May, the council received an email from a councillor requesting that the tree be protected. This request originated from a member of the public who stated that trees directly adjacent to the sycamore had been either removed or inexpertly pruned, prompting concerns that the same may occur to the tree in question. The member of the public stated the tree was an important landmark for the community, host to various nesting birds and also likely old. They thought it was possibly a remnant of a farm that once stood on the site. I inspected the tree on the 23rd of June and conducted a tempo assessment. The tree scored 15 points. I was able to ascertain that other nearby trees had been felled or inexpertly pruned, and in recognition of the potential that the same works may be carried out to T1, it was deemed expedient in the interests of amenity to make an order. And a summary of the tempo can be found at Appendix B. No objections have been received to the TPO. With regards to amenity, the tree is mature. It has a wide-spreading canopy of pleasing form, and you can see images of the trees in Appendix C. It's situated in an elevated position at the foot of a public footpath and is overlooked by various residential properties and is publicly really quite prominent. The tree is in good condition. It has an estimated 20 to 40 years retention span, meaning it will provide good amenity to the local area for many years to come. And given the size of the tree stem, it is likely that the tree is quite old. With regards to expediency, there is a perceived threat to the tree due to treatment of other trees in the area, which prompted a request that the council make a TPO based on the tree's size and age. It is my recommendation, therefore, that the TPO be confirmed.
Thank you for that, Vanessa. Are there any members' questions on this? No comments? Right, now I proceed straight to the vote, which I'll take on a show of hands. The officer recommendation is to seek confirmation of tree preservation order number 456. All those in favour? That's carried unanimously. Thank you very much. And on to item number 8, which is Vanessa again, and it's concerning tree preservation order number 457. Vanessa, if you'd like to present your report, please.
Thank you. TPO 457 was made on the 4th of August to protect 3 sycamore trees located on land adjacent to Quarry Cottage, Woodroyd Road, Deepcar. A copy of the order is attached at Appendix A. On the 29th of June, a landscape officer with the council requested that trees on the site be assessed for their suitability for a TPO, following from receipt of a pre-application concerning creation of dwellings on the land which would impact upon the trees on the site. I inspected the trees on the 1st of July, conducted a tempo assessment, and of the 18 or so trees on site, the 3 sycamores were evaluated as being suitable for protection, scoring 13 points respectively. It was deemed expedient in the interest of amenity to make an order, and a summary of the tempo can be found in Appendix B. One duly made objection was received on the 24th of August. This can be seen at Appendix D. While the author did not object to the making of the TPO in general, their concerns centred around T3, which stood within the footprint of one of the proposed dwellings. Although they also noted that the proposed plans for the dwellings had been shelved. They expressed concern regarding proximity of the tree to overhead electricity cables, citing issues regarding the ongoing need to prune the trees to clear the cables and the risk of lightning strike. My assessment is that the risk of lightning strike will be considered quite a negligible risk, and the pruning of the trees has and will be conducted by Northern Power in their duty as a statutory provider in order to maintain clearance. The impact of this pruning on the amenity of the tree is considered quite minimal. The land adjacent to Quarry Cottage was also subject to a full planning application, which was submitted on the 15th of July, which regards erection of a garage and workspace. This application looks unlikely to necessitate removal of the protected trees, and I believe that application is still currently pending a decision. With regards to the amenity of the trees, they are 3 large mature sycamores, 2 of which are directly adjacent to the highway boundary of the land with Woodroyd Road, and 1 which is slightly set back. The trees are very visible to the public from the highway and partially visible from select residences. Removal of any lesser vegetation for landscaping would make the trees more visible. Due to surrounding vegetation, it was not possible to conduct a full inspection of the bases of each of the trees, but at the time of inspection they were in leaf, displaying good vigour, no notable defects were seen. This concurs with findings of an arboricultural report which was commissioned for the purposes of the pre-application. The trees have an estimated 20 to 40 years retention span, so they'll provide good amenity to the area for many years to come. And with regards to expediency, there's a foreseeable threat. The trees being subject to a pre-application which indicated the removal of 2 of the trees. As the trees do not stand within a conservation area, they would have no other form of protection. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Vanessa. Do I have any members' questions on this matter? Any members' comments? Then I intend to proceed to the vote, and the officer's recommendation is to seek confirmation of the tree preservation order number 457, and I will take a show of hands. All those in favour? And that again is unanimous. Thank you very much. Now we move to agenda item 9A, and this is when the first disruption to this meeting will be taking place, because this actually is the deferred item from last meeting. It's planning application number 22/00491/OUT. And what's going to happen is that this is the first of 6 applications that we're going to hear today, but I can't chair this meeting because I wasn't in the meeting last time around. So I'm going to vacate the chair, and Alan's going to take over for this item. And I would appreciate it that if any members who were not here during that meeting in November would either A, vacate the premises with me for the duration of that meeting, or remain in the room but remain quiet and not speak nor vote on this item. Is that okay? So that's Richard, Tom, I know Pete was poorly last time around, and certainly myself. Is there anybody else that wasn't? Oh, and Bob. Yeah, I said you, Pete, because you were pretty poorly last time around, weren't you? So, Alan's going to come and swap.
Right, thank you, everyone. I'm going to ask Dina to give us a summary of this.
Sorry, Chair. Right, thank you, Chair. This application seeks outline planning permission for the erection of up to 41 dwellings with all matters reserved except for access. The site is located to the east of Woodroyd Road, as you can see on the slide there, in Deepcar, and it comprises of a late 18th century linear farmhouse and adjoining fields, considered to be a non-designated heritage asset. Members will recall that at the last committee meeting, a motion to defer this item was proposed and seconded during members' questions to allow representatives of the lead local flood authority and the Highway Authority to attend the committee to respond to further questions in relation to these two matters. This deferral was effectively a pause in proceedings, and so we will shortly recommence with members' questions, followed by the usual procedures thereafter. Before we do restart members' questions, can I please draw attention to item 1 on the supplementary report? So this supplementary information is in 2 stages. I'm first going to just remind members of the supplementary information from the 8th of November, and that was that we'd received 1 additional representation from solicitors acting on behalf of the owner of number 15 Woodroyd Road. The letter revisited matters relating to the ownership of the land in front of number 15, which is considered within the committee report. And then can I also draw members' attention to corrections to the list of conditions? So condition number 16, the reason for this condition referred to paragraph 170 of the MPPF, and it should have been paragraph 174. Condition number 21, this condition was attached in error as there were no public sewers within the site. And condition 22, which relates to highway works being carried out in accordance with the details set out in condition 18, and that's just to note that this should follow condition number 18 and be listed as condition number 19, with the following conditions renumbered to suit. Now, supplementary information for today's committee that we've received since the 8th of November. We've received 2 further representations from local residents in objection to the proposals. One of these representations expresses concerns that the committee report suppressed opposing evidence in relation to flooding, biodiversity, highway safety, and ownership of the land outside number 15 Woodroyd Road, with officers misleading and misdirecting the committee in supporting the application. In terms of flood risk, the objector considers that it's irrelevant that the site falls within flood zone 1, i.e. At a low risk of flooding, since the risk from flooding emanates from water cascading down the steep hillside from sources above the site. They note that the approved Holland-Busk development would also drain surface water into Clough Dyke, and that the cumulative effects of Holland-Busk and the proposed development are not known. In relation to biodiversity, they query the net gain calculations and suggest that the impact of removing dry stone walls has been ignored. In relation to highway safety, it's claimed that the proposed access arrangement does not meet the necessary guidelines of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide. And the other representation states that there are watercourses underneath the site, and claims that the broken culvert from Fox Glen drains under Woodroyd Road, the adjoining cottages, and also the fields. Issues relating to flooding, biodiversity and matters of highway adoption have all been previously recorded and commented on within the committee report. The lead local flood authority have no records of an underground watercourse within the site. It is understood that an underground watercourse runs close to but likely outside the southern site boundary. However, proposed condition number 5 on page 148 of the committee agenda, that requires the applicant to carry out a survey to identify the actual path of the Clough Dyke culvert so that the correct buffer zone can be maintained. As set out in the report, the development would provide biodiversity net gain in the order of 11%. The calculations were carried out using an accepted method and have been considered by the council's ecologists. And finally, with regards to the stagger distance between the proposed site access and Armitage Road, the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide states that for junctions on the same side of the road, the minimum recommended spacing is 40 metres, but where they are on opposite sides, 20 metres is considered acceptable, measured from the centre lines of the two side roads. And in this case, the spacing between Armitage Road and the proposed site access is approximately 29 metres, and they are roads on the opposite sides of Woodroyd Road, and so that is in excess of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Dina. Members' comments, but please restrict them to planning and highways, because that's why we were deferred. Highways and flooding, I've been corrected, sorry. Yep. Barbara?
Thank you, Chair. I originally raised concerns about the flooding impact. Now, I'm quite happy with what the developers have said about how to protect the new development from flooding, but I'm very much less happy about how to protect the surrounding residences, because it's classed as a site which has been disturbed by mining, and we know full well that mines affect watercourses. The only provision on it is to say that hang on, I always get names wrong, so I've got to refer to it. The Clough Dyke culvert is going to be mapped, but there's nothing about springs on the ground being mapped. And it's also related, there's been a lot of mention about the fact that there's a broken culvert that causes the flooding already, and yet that culvert in all these years hasn't been mended. And I'm just wondering why, when there's a known flooding issue, no action has been taken that can be seen from here to mitigate the flooding actually across the site, let alone from the residents trying to sort of, get that remedial work done. So really, is there anything to say about how the water that affects the site and the surrounding, because I think it's the surrounding that's a huge issue, has been addressed? And I can't see that in this extra information that we've got about the flooding. And I worry about that, I really do, because we know full well that the site itself does not drain. I mean, the soil is very poor, very ground. Yes, you can protect the site, but what about the surroundings?
Thank you, Barbara. Do you want to answer that now? Yeah.
Chair, I'm actually going to pass over to Ben Harding from the lead local flood authority at this point.
Ben Harding, Flood and Water Management Planning Officer representing the lead local flood authority. There's a lot of things to be said about this site. The Clough Dyke culvert, I'll start with that one first because that's probably the easiest thing to deal with. It was built around 1965 to go under Woodroyd Road and under we believe the adjacent was a dwelling and then a commercial yard known as the Glen. Following its construction, Stocksbridge Borough Council Stocksbridge District Council took the decision to place landfill over the top of it. And it's believed that shortly after that it suffered from some structural problems, the earliest recorded being around 1978, the earliest reports of problems. So the
whilst the culvert was suffering from some structural deficiencies, it was able to flow through it. It appears that between 1978 and now that situation has deteriorated somewhat. But the culvert is not, as far as we're aware, within the applicant's land ownership, and therefore is the responsibility of other parties.
Yeah, thank you, but that doesn't really address the issues because whatever you do on that site is going to really disturb any water that's flowing. And as I say, in here, there's nothing about sort of identifying where the springs are, and springs automatically come with sort of coal workings. I know there's going to be sort of an assessment of sort of the extent of the mining that's affected that area, but it also mentions land slipping. And unless you've got an idea of the water movements, theoretically that would pose a risk to the new development, but also it certainly poses a risk to the surroundings. And I have a difficulty in considering this application in isolation to the effects on the surroundings. And this is what hasn't really been addressed to me in this new document. I was hoping for a much more detailed account of water movements in the area.
Of course, that would be up to the applicant to provide a hydrogeological assessment of the site, should that be required. There are no evidences of springs on site, and I've been over the site several times, and there are no evidences of landslip or land movement. However, the site is very steep, and it does fall towards the houses on Hayward Lane. There have been no reports of water coming off the fields into the properties in Hayward Lane, and no reports of flooding downstream of the site, as far as I'm aware.
Landslip was mentioned in part, I can't find it now, but it was mentioned, which is why I've mentioned it now.
Yeah, so normally when you would be assessing a site against the National Planning Policy Framework, your first means of disposal of surface water would be via infiltration, if the ground was suitable. The British Geological Survey advice for this site is that the ground is not suitable for infiltration because there's underlying clay layers, and introducing water into the subsurface has the potential to create landslips where there are none currently, particularly in focusing infiltration. So the means of disposal of surface water by infiltration is not considered suitable for this site.
You can see that it's a big issue with me, because I will pursue slightly. I mean, admittedly, there are going to be the suds there. But again, you are narrowing the channels with which this surface water that can't be absorbed flows. So what measures are going to be taken to ensure that they actually flow into those areas and will be contained in those areas that we can see?
So that would be subject to the detailed design of the site. However, you'll see the applicant has located 3 large detention basins on the low side of the site. The water from the site would be accumulated and collected, directed towards those basins, and then released at a slow rate, the equivalent rate to were at Greenfield, into the Clough Dyke. So the purpose of the three ponds shown in the on the plan is purely to take water off the site, hold it, store it, mimic the natural runoff of the land, and release it at a slow rate into the Clough Dyke, mitigating the risk of flooding downstream.
Yeah, I'm not too sure how much I can get out of this, to be quite honest, because you're saying the natural flow of the land, and obviously the way those houses will be sited actually interferes with the natural drainage already. Now, I suspect the next bit would be back to sort of a planner rather than you about flooding. But can you address that? Because having seen the site and looking at the layout and thinking about how water travels, you know, I can't see that you can guarantee that the water will flow into those areas. But again, that's purely because I'm not the expert on that.
So the water will be collected from the roofs, from the roads, and from the paved areas, presumably in a piped system, and then piped towards the detention basins. And they do appear to be at the lowest points of the site, and therefore where the water would naturally flow. But I would fully expect a pipe drainage system to serve the site, going into those detention basins.
Thank you for that. Again, I don't think it's worth me pursuing the things that matter on that basis, but if it's, can I just go back to the planning officers and say, this is a pre-planning application, right? So in theory, sort of, we think that that site might be suitable for 41 houses, assuming we plan it. But then, sort of, when the full application comes through, assuming that we grant it, how much influence do we have over how it's designed to ensure that sort of, drainage is not going to be an issue for the people surrounding the site?
Nina?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, it's an outline application, so all matters are reserved except for access, which includes layout and design. And it will be, they would, if permission is granted, they would have consent for up to 41 houses, so it could be less. We have proposed a number of conditions, conditions 5, 6, that relate to the developer having to not only submit a reserve matters applications, or a number of reserve matters applications to deal with layout, etc., but also to deal with a detailed design for disposing of surface water. And that design will include, in principle, the elements that you can see, before you now. So a stud scheme that includes those 3 detention basins. Now, we can't assess those details until they come forward. But there are conditions on there to secure a suitable drainage scheme.
Would that include securing, ensuring that the fact that sort of the surrounding area isn't subjected to the flooding? I mean, I've seen some comments about the SUDs, and yes, okay, on the face of it, you can accept it or refuse it, doesn't matter. But again, in planning, if it came to full planning, how would there be conditions that would ensure that the surrounding areas wouldn't be flooded, apart from the SUDs?
I mean, when we assess the conditions application or the details that come in as part of reserve matters, we have to base our decision on material planning considerations in the same way that we are doing now. And that includes the MPPF, and that also includes the requirement to make the development safe for its lifetime and not increase flooding elsewhere. So we will have to make a decision on those details, that detailed drainage scheme on that basis. So if we're not satisfied, or if the lead local flood authority aren't satisfied that the scheme that's proposed will not achieve that requirement, then we wouldn't approve it. And we would bring any reserve matters application back to committee, it having been through this process thus far.
Thank you.
It's probably also worth noting that under the Land Drainage Act, properties downstream have a legal duty to accept natural runoff from land above, and so in the context of water management, there is a legal right for upstream properties to discharge natural water to properties downstream. That's enshrined in law.
I wish you hadn't said that, because I'm thinking sort of what's classed as natural water, because as I say, developments would channel water differently. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. So in the case of a development, it would not be considered natural water, and therefore controls would have to be put in place by the developer to avoid breaching the Land Drainage Act.
Thanks, Ben. Brian?
Thank you, Chair. I'm probably going to direct these few questions towards Ben, if that's okay, Chair. So I note in supplementary information from 6th of December that there's a mention of flood risk 1, So flood risk 1 was probably is probably quite a large area. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So are we in fact talking about, in a sense, localised flooding that, you know, is not related to this breadth of an area? What is the potential for localised flooding in your estimation?
The way flood zone 1 is determined is basically the EA undertake a bout of river modelling for their rivers. Anything that's deemed to go underwater for the 1 in 100 year return period storm is deemed flood zone 3. For the 200 year storm is flood zone 2, and then everything else is deemed to be in flood zone 1. But as you say, that's purely based on fluvial river flooding, and not other localized conditions. In my estimation, from what I've seen of this site, it's steep and free draining. There don't appear to be areas that would hold water. It does seem to be an area where water may flow across the site, but not collect within the site. The topography just doesn't lend itself to that. So if there are flooding issues associated with the site, they most likely originate off-site, and therefore outside the applicant's control.
Thank you for that. So following on from that, there's a suggestion, again within this supplementary information, that there are water courses underneath the site. So from your answer to the previous councillor, you're saying, as far as you can determine, there are none.
There are none recorded within the red line boundary.
But in the absence of what you described as a full hydrogeological assessment, that cannot be fully determined.
The site has undergone archaeological investigation through ground penetrating radar that hasn't flagged up any significant voids or features of note. So I think that would add to the likelihood that there are no other water courses present on the site. But without a definitive answer, that is not a definitive answer, I suppose.
Brian?
I'm going to leave it at that. Thank you.
Mike?
Thank you, Chair. I think both councillors Holmshaw and Masters have covered this area, well, questioned this area to as far as we can. I do have a memory, though, of receiving an email from someone, and perhaps that should be declared if myself and other, well, I've definitely received it. I can't remember the name, but the person claimed that there was a channel that did flow underneath. It may not exit within the red line boundary, but there is a water channel flowing under the site. And that does, which does suggest that there is a significant amount of water that flows under the site regularly.
The only water course we're aware of in the area is the Clough Dyke, which originates upstream and runs through Fox Glen. It is piped under Woodroyd Road, and under one of the residential properties on Woodroyd Road. It eventually appears quite a long way downstream. The exact route of this water course is not precisely known, and I'm not entirely sure how it would be surveyed, given that it's probably about 20 metres deep under fill. But what we do know is that from the historic mapping indicated that the watercourse previously ran through the brickworks, which is now the industrial yard to the south of the site, and it appears to have been covered over in sections, which would so that when you look back through the historic mapping, the first section to be covered was within the brickworks and outside of the applicant's boundary, and that would lead us to believe that it's likely that the entirety of the culvert is outside the applicant's boundary. Certainly, that would be my summation.
At the risk of straying into hypotheticals, if this turned out not to be the case, and while excavating the site, the water channel was struck, what would be the obligation on the developers to deal with the resulting mess?
Ben, can I just bring Dina in, please?
Thank you, Chair. The course, or the approximate course of the culvert follows, if you look at the plan there, it's south of that red line boundary, through the wooded area. There'll be no excavation by the developer. There's no development in close proximity to that culvert, and indeed they will be providing a large buffer. So even if there's a slight discrepancy in the location, and at any point it does sort of stray into the applicant's land, there would be no digging in that area. But what it will do, if we do find that, is increase the size of the buffer. So we just move the buffer further north.
Thanks, is that all right? Mark, do you have members' comments? Barbara?
Sorry, I've got no, right. If we approved pre-application, then can we insist on conditions in that too, that sort of before any full application came through, there would be a full hydrological survey? And could there be any condition on this broken culvert so that it couldn't take place until it was fixed, so that the actual flooding relating to the broken culvert compared to what could arise at the site could be assessed? I suspect that's a no for that second one, but I'll let you answer.
I'll go for the second one first. No. The culvert isn't within the applicant's ownership. It's managed by the local authority, the EA, and it's not. And that's not any flooding as a result of any issues with the culvert. Again, is not the applicant's responsibility, so we can't penalise the applicant for any issues with the culvert. In terms of the hydrological survey, I don't think that is written in the condition. I think it's condition number 6. So condition number 6, as it's proposed at the moment, says no development shall commence until detailed proposal for surface water disposal, including calculations, have been submitted to and approved in writing. Surface water discharge from the completed development site shall be restricted to a maximum flow rate. Now, I suppose we could incorporate any detailed design for disposing of surface water will have to be based on, as Ben suggests, a detailed survey of the site and the land, and they'll have to go through the process of deciding what is the most suitable form of scheme to dispose of water. So we could perhaps adapt the wording of the condition to make that clearer, or to make that a necessity if we think that that's a reasonable requirement in this case.
And where the water would go once it's left the site, i.e. the surrounding.
Well, again, the detailed drainage scheme would explain where the water would be disposed to and at what rate they would dispose of it into this, the sort of,
It's probably worth mentioning at this stage that the determination of the route of groundwater flow is nigh on impossible. You can follow ground strata, so likely what we've got in these fields is a layer of topsoil overlying a layer of clay that probably follows a natural ground fall. So you can drill holes and find where that strata would naturally go, and where it would naturally route the water towards. But given that there are no obvious or apparent springs anywhere on the site or downstream, I wouldn't be too concerned that there's a huge risk there personally.
Thanks, Ben. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. I expect in 50 years' time, planning committee members will be looking at 3D layouts on a screen, because I think the one thing that has confounded us throughout has been that steep hillside, and it has caused members a lot of unease. But I think we've pursued the drainage issues as far as we can, and with the tilted balance in play, I'm minded to approve this application. I do it with a heavy heart though, because if that tilted balance wasn't in play, I'd be more minded to turn down this application. But we know there's a desperate housing shortage, and we know that the government has insisted that cities like Sheffield play their part and build more homes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Anyone else?
One of the things that was brought up by the residents, and this may seem a very small issue compared with what we've been discussing, and that's the main thing, which is the drainage problem. But it's the dry stone wall that they've mentioned here. I wonder if we can manage to keep that in, because it would maintain the rural atmosphere that...
I have to come in at this point, Roger. That's an irrelevant question. The questions are regarding flooding or highways. That's the only question we can receive.
But they brought this question up about the retention of a dry stone wall, which is part of planning, because we have to keep the character of a place.
But today's deferment, Dina will answer them.
There is, to start with, I mean, the stone walls aren't protected, so they could be taken down at any point. And we do understand that there isn't any sort of wildlife, on particular in terms of reptiles and things that dwell within those dry stone walls. But the design and access statement that's put forward by the applicant does refer to reusing the natural stone on site where they can, and there are walls proposed as part of the development, so they can be used as part of the development, or reused. The stone on site can be used.
Brian?
Yes, I mean, I so agree that, the character of the area is important there, Roger, and the dry stone walls, yeah, they should be staying there. I hope they aren't taken down at a moment's notice. Certainly not. On the flooding aspects, I'm a little more convinced, especially as we've got pre-commencement conditions 4, 5 and 6 on here, which seem relatively substantial. And no underground culverts have been discovered on the site apart from along the edge, so I'm a little more convinced by that. But we've also got this element of the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide, and what seems to me to be a contravention of that. I suppose this is a question as much as also, as well as a comment, is that, so is this contravening the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide?
Gina?
I'll hand over to Helen for this one, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. No, it doesn't contravene the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide. I think what you're talking about is the distance between the centre line of the two junctions. The South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide indicates that 20 metres would be the minimum. The actual distance is 29 metres, and so it does not contravene the South Yorkshire Residential Design Guide. Thank you, Chair.
Thanks, Helen.
So that's fine. Yeah, thank you very much. It's reading through it. I mistook. I mistook the way round it was.
No further comments? Can we go to a vote, please?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick comment that it's an outline application with all matters reserved except for access. There was reference there to pre-application, but it's an outline application. Thank you.
So we'll go to a vote. Brian, please.
I must. I'm still very stuck on this one, but there's been quite a considerable amount of information on the flooding. So I will agree with the officer's recommendation on this application.
Mike?
Approve the officer recommendation, Chair.
Roger?
I'm with Brian on this one. But on balance, I will go with the officer recommendation.
Barbara?
Oh, this is tough. I feel like I'm staying, but I think because of the planning, I'd have to approve it. But I do hope the developer has taken on board the concerns of the residents in the surrounding areas and really does address the hydrology issues, the drainage issues of the site. Thank you.
Thank you. Votes carried. Thank you. Yes, we're going to have a 15-minute break now, so can we come back at, that's just to about 15:15, please?
And reset, we now go on to this the first of this item's, rather than deferred this item, the first of this item, this afternoon's planning items. Put my teeth back in and my brain into gear. And the first application I have to hear this afternoon is planning application number 20/03766/OUT, land at and adjacent to Meadowhall Centre. I have got Michael and Chris who are doing this, who are presenting this application. So I'm going to hand over to them now to talk us through the application. Michael?
Thank you, Chair. So I'm Michael Eaglestone. I'm the case officer working for Sheffield Council assessing this application, and the presentation I'll do will just briefly go through the facts of the case, the previous application, previous consent, the current application, the environmental context of the site, and then the key matters assessed in the committee report before you. The main assessment is in the committee report, and the verbal presentation isn't designed to update or amend that report unless otherwise stated. There is some supplementary information that the committee has before them, and I'll just also at the end of the presentation run through that and explain the updates and one additional item which I wish to update members on. To my left here is a retail consultant appointed by the council to provide independent advice on the application, Chris Watts, who's an independent retail consultant. So Chris is here mainly to provide information upon request from the committee rather than to have a presentation. So if members wish to have detailed advice on the assessments put forward by the applicant or the way in which the council have reviewed those assessments, then Chris is here available as a resource for you to draw on to provide advice on those matters. Thank you. So now I'll just go through the presentation. So the application is a hybrid application. So it partly seeks an outline application for the extension of Meadowhall, and also for the development of a retail park on vacant land adjacent to Meadowhall. It also seeks full planning permission for the change of use of an existing building known as The Source, which is currently a training academy associated with Meadowhall. So I'll go through the details of that application in following parts of the presentation. So the site is outlined in red on the plan that you can see before you now. It includes essentially the car parks to the southeast and south of the existing Meadowhall shopping centre. Also an element of public realm to the west of Meadowhall shopping centre, and then the vacant land around what's next at Home and Costa, just to the south of Meadowhall. And then this is just the same red line plan with an aerial photograph, which gives you an impression of the current use of that land. As I say, the land to the southeast and south is currently both surface and decked car parking. So I'm sure you're all very familiar with Meadowhall, but I'll just give you a brief summary of the main facts about the existing site. So the Meadowhall opened in 1990. It contains approximately 290 retail outlets. I'm saying approximately because it's dynamic to some degree with units closing and opening, and approximately 50 places to eat in what's called the Oasis. It also contains an 11-screen cinema. So the total floor space, commercial floor space, is approximately, precisely 143,843 square metres. Again, that figure is dynamic, so may not be entirely up to date. And approximately 90% of that floor space is retail dominated. So it's comparable outer centre shopping centres tend to have a larger leisure and food and beverage offer, which is partly what motivated the applicant to make the application for the extension of Meadowhall. So there's also extensive surface parking and decked parking on the land around Meadowhall, which provides 9,364 visitor parking spaces, 1,143 staff parking spaces, and 33 coach parking spaces. Meadowhall attracts approximately 18 million visitors a year, and according to the most recent survey information, about 38% of those originate from Sheffield district, 25% from the Rotherham district, 10% from Barnsley, 5% from Doncaster. At peak times, the site employs 8,000 people, off-peak 7,500, and 62% of those people who work at Meadowhall live in the Sheffield district. So these are just two heat maps submitted by the application, which essentially show the main areas where shoppers and workers come from. So the first one shows shoppers, so it just gives a visual representation with darker shades of red, indicating the main areas where visitors arise. So you can see that there the visual representation, and then this map shows a similar pattern, but is for workers. So I'll just go through a series of plans now. I won't dwell on any of these in particular, but they provide environmental and contextual information. If committee members have questions on any of them, I'm happy to go back to them at a later point in the meeting. So the first plan shows the pardon me. First plan shows the air quality management areas surrounding the site. So these areas are areas where councils designate as areas where air quality intervention it should be targeted. In Sheffield, we've declared a very wide air quality management area that essentially encompasses the majority of the district. So the site falls within that. This plan also shows relevant air quality management areas within the Rotherham district to the east. This plan shows the flood zoning for the site from the Environment Agency models. These models don't take account of flood defences, so they show the site lying within flood zone 3 and 2, but that doesn't take account of the flood defences which are provided along the River Don, which actually defend the site for a 1 in 100 year event. So the next plan just shows the coal mining risk map, which shows that there is, the coal authority has identified potential issues with coal mining hazards in the area. which have been extensively assessed previously. And then this plan shows you the nearby allocated locally designated nature sites, which are essentially the watercourses and the old railway corridor to the south. So the River Don, the canal, and the wildlife corridor that's along the disused railway line. And then this plan is another plan provided by the applicant, which shows the baseline ecological context. So it shows that the majority of the site is currently hard surfaced as surface car parking, other than certain ornamental planting. The plot 5 area is described as partial open land, partial grassland. So that in summary, there isn't a high ecological value to the site as it stands, comprising primarily hard surface land and prepared development land. And these plans show the transport context. So the first plan shows the local road network, which I'm sure you'll all be familiar with, two main A roads and the M1. And then this plan shows the public service connections. So the tram is in, and tram train is in yellow and green. Then the other colours are generally the bus service network. But in summary, this shows that the site is very well connected to the centre of Sheffield, the centre of Rotherham, and other destinations via the railway line, bus and tram. And then this is a map showing the this is the map showing the road network. So this identifies the main road connections, whereas the previous plan which I showed you was in fact showing the main footpath connections, which is the green line shows the existing path along the River Don. So these plans just quickly show the current development plan context. So as you're probably aware, the council are preparing a new local plan. However, as it stands, before that plan is formally put out to consultation, it carries no weight. So the current local plan comprises a unitary development plan, the extract of which you can see before you, which shows the site as a regional shopping centre, which is the blue area that you can see. It includes the plot 5 land and also the overflow parking to the north. And then the core strategy key diagram, which is very broad scale, but essentially identifies that the site contains a regional shopping centre, the Meadowhall shopping centre, and is also a potential location for future office development. So just to provide a contextual plan, in the report we've referred to both the River Don district consent and also the potential innovation corridor scheme. So this plan just crudely shows you where those are in connection with the site. So as you can see, the innovation corridor, which is the red line on the plan, follows the route of the disused railway line to the south, and the River Don district scheme, which is a consented scheme for about 100,000 square metres of floor space, including warehousing, industrial, and some office and commercial and hotel space, is the site you can see overlaid on the land to the south, which phase 1 of which the applicant is progressing. It's in the same ownership as the applicant for Meadowhall. So now I'll just briefly describe the previous consent. So previously, consent was granted for a larger extension to Meadowhall with total floor area of 52,969 square metres gross internal area. This represented an overall 37% increase to the size of Meadowhall, if you consider the floor area, which I showed you earlier, of the existing site. So consent was granted for this extension on the 21st of May 2018. It was a full consent. But the applicant was unable to implement this consent and it lapsed on the 21st of May 2021. It was also for a leisure and food and beverage led scheme with an element of retail. So the previous consent was extant for a 3-year period, has now lapsed. Before that lapse, the current application was submitted. So it was submitted with the intention of superseding the previous consent, but the previous consent has now lapsed. So the current proposal differs in a number of respects from the previous consent. So the current proposal is for a smaller extension to Meadowhall. So the overall increase in the size of Meadowhall through the proposed extension would now be 23%. Again, benchmarked against the floor space figure which are provided earlier. However, the overall floor space, commercial floor space provided within the application would remain very similar, and that's because the floor space would be distributed differently. Previously, there was just one larger extension to Meadowhall proposed, whereas now there's a smaller extension to Meadowhall, but also freestanding elements, which are the Plot 5 development of a new retail park, the completion of retail park that's already been started with the next home and the Costa Coffee unit, and also the change of use of the source from an educational establishment to a mixed-use building, potentially including offices and an element of fitness and potentially an ancillary cafe. So the application is mainly in outline form now, with all matters reserved. So essentially, there's been a series of parameters plans submitted, a design code submitted, so we know what the maximum potential extents of the development are, and what the general design ethos of the development will be. However, we do not know what the specific development scheme for the extension of Meadowhall, in terms of the small cinema extension, or the larger leisure hall extension, or the Plot 5 retail park would be. The source element is in full, however, that's simply a change of use, so it wouldn't involve any physical building works. So the applicant refers to all of the elements of the development collectively as the Meadowhall master plan. So this plan just shows you the development plots visually. Just to reinforce where these are located. So the lighter pink area is I believe the red and yellow car park area, which is to the southeast. The orientation on this plan is different. That's the main development zone. So the applicant has essentially said they will either extend Meadowhall to the southeast, or at the south as it looks on that plan, into the decked car parking area, and that would be the main development zone, or they will extend the site to the south, again the southwest as it looks on that plan, in the darker pink area, which they call the alternative development zone. So one or the other would take place. There'd also be a cinema extension to the north, which is essentially just a relatively small extension of the existing cinema building. And then you can see the Plot 5 area around next to Home and Costa. And they've also highlighted where the Riverdon district consent, which is a separate consent, is located. So I'll just take you through each of the development plots. So this is the main development zone. So as you can see, it's currently a decked car park area. It's theoretically the main entrance into Meadowhall, and it's the area where the previous lapsed consent for an extension was permitted. Currently, it's essentially a sea of decked parking, with Meadowhall looking very inwardly. What's envisaged, if the main development zone went ahead, is that the land in brown would potentially be utilised for the extension. There'd be a new public arrival space and some form of landmark, be it in terms of the building form or sculptural aspects to landscaping provided. And essentially there would be a new construction on the northern part of the decked car park, and then some complementary car parking provided through additional decked parking in the eastern element of it. So that's the design concept. The alternative development zone is this area, which is the orange car park area. So this is surface parking, and the concept is essentially a straightforward lateral extension of Meadowhall in this area. So it's likely to be a slightly smaller extension than would take place in the main development zone, but again would have the concept is for some landmark features, some new open space and public realm, or semi-public realm, and active frontages to provide a welcoming experience for visitors. This is the area where the cinema extension is proposed to take place, which includes a combination of servicing and also outdoor amenity areas, and then the riverside walk that's currently in place. So the concept here is that part of this area would be utilised for the cinema extension. Part of it would be retained as outdoor amenity space, and again there would be additional landscaping to retain a good quality external realm. This is the Plot 5 site, so you can see the Next at Home in the foreground, the Costa Coffee unit in the background, and the concept here is relatively indicative, but the principles that would be taken forward is having active frontages onto both Sheffield Road and Meadowhall Way, have some form of landmark building or feature on the corner, and then the indicative access points are shown, which could be from Sheffield Road and or Meadowhall Way into the two plots. And then these are just, these plans submitted by the applicant that show how they propose to improve cycle and pedestrian connections to the site. So provide additional segregated pedestrian and cycle routes that upgrade crossings to toucan crossings. Those are indicated with the stars, and the segregated routes are indicated with a green dashed line. Then that would be done both adjacent to the Plot 5 site and adjacent to the source. And the idea is that there would be a better connection between existing footways and cycleways into the site. So just some key facts. The amount of commercial floor space is very similar to what was previously consented, 4% lower. However, the mix of uses within that would be different. So the maximum amount of indoor leisure floor space would be 30% lower than was previously consented. The maximum amount of food and beverage floor space would be 36% lower than was previously consented. But the amount of retail floor space would be the same, albeit that would now be provided as what's called a large format retail park on Plot 5, and by that we mean that essentially it would be more bulky goods that's generally sold there. The specific exclusions would be on clothing as listed in the report, and other luxury goods and personal goods. So the other key facts, the scale and design of the Meadowhall extension it will be delivered is unknown at this stage. However, I've taken you through the parameters and the design principles, which is out in more detail in the report. And the cinema extension proposed now is much smaller than previously. So I hope that's described the site and the development in some detail. Obviously, the full detail set out in the report. I'll now just briefly go through the key points within the planning assessment in the report, and then explain the supplementary information. So just to, so essentially, as with any planning decision, the recommendation is a balanced judgment based upon the harm and the benefits offered by the development assessed against key policy tests. So first of all, I'll just refer to the potential benefits of the development. These benefits refer to the maximum building extents going forward. Obviously, a smaller amount of development may go forward, but again, the consequent harm would also be reduced. So the applicant estimates that the construction phase of development over a 7-year period would generate around 310 jobs. That's a monthly average figure over that 7-year period. They estimate that during the operational phase, the number of additional staff that would be employed by the site, including Plot 5 and the main extension, would be between 725 and 850 additional jobs within the local ward area, 630 to 735 within the wider administrative area, and 140 to 160 within the wider region. And they estimated that if the maximum development extent went ahead, the gross value added, which is essentially a calculation of the knock-on benefits to the economy of the additional employment, would be 71.5 million. So that's essentially the primary benefits of the development would be the additional employment and the consequential benefits of providing that additional employment to the ward, the district and the region as a whole. So now I'll go through the impacts of the development and against the relevant policy tests. So the primary test for the acceptability of the application, because the site is out of centre as defined by the local and national planning policy framework, is the impact that the development of the additional floor space, commercial floor space, would have on the vitality and viability of the existing town, city and district centres within the catchment of Meadowhall. And this slide sets out the national and local policy basis. So essentially the core strategy policy states that Meadowhall should remain around its present size, albeit it does envisage some potential increased leisure development in that location. However, the key policy test is set out in the National Planning Policy Framework, because this is a more up-to-date test, and essentially it requires us to consider impact on the most appropriate basis, be it quantitative, i.e. the predicted economic consequences of development, or qualitative, i.e. the factors specific to the market sectors that are proposed, to consider that on the consider the impact of the development on existing town, city and district centres, and whether that would have a significant adverse impact on the vitality or viability of those centres. And it can only ever be a prediction based on the best available information. And then the other consideration is whether the development would be likely to prejudice any investment within those centres. So I'll just briefly describe what the mitigation proposed by the applicant is as well. So essentially the applicant has submitted an assessment, partly a quantitative assessment and partly a qualitative assessment. So they provided a quantitative assessment in terms of the potential impact of the proposed retail element, so that which includes potentially a supermarket. So you'd term a supermarket selling convenience goods. So they've looked at convenience goods impact. They've also looked at the impact of the wider retail offer, which you would term as comparison goods. So they provided a quantitative comparison goods impact assessment. And they've also looked at food and beverage in a quantitative way. So they've essentially looked at the floor space that would be provided as cafes, restaurants and bars, and then compared that to the offer within existing centres, and set out their assessment of the quantitative impact of that. There is a health warning upon that last assessment, because there isn't an established methodology for assessing food and beverage impact. There is more conventional retail impact assessments would look quantitatively at comparison goods and convenience goods. However, they come up with a bespoke methodology. There are limitations on the published data on food and beverage impact in terms of existing trade within relevant centres. So it's only going to be an estimate, which is necessarily more of a broad estimate than the quantitative comparison goods and convenience goods offer. So based on that assessment, the applicant initially proposed a larger scheme, including more retail, leisure and leisure floor space. However, we assessed the information they'd submitted and raised concerns that the impact would be too great in terms of impact on particularly Sheffield city centre. And after that, they significantly scaled back the application to the quantum of floor space currently proposed, which I've just described to you. And they also proposed a series of mitigations. So the mitigations are what's set out on this slide here. And essentially they are that there'd be no more than 8 indoor leisure uses provided within the extension, units provided within the extension, that the total leisure floor space would not exceed 10,363 square metres, and that would be both across the application site and the adjacent M1 distribution centre site, which is a location where there's already a trampolining park and a children's indoor play park. Another restriction would be that there'd be no more than approximately 7,000 square metres of leisure floor space in any single unit. And one of the key mitigations the applicant's proposing is that none of the floor space within the main Meadowhall extension would open until the 1st of November 2029, which from this point is approximately 7 years away. So the logic behind that is essentially that currently planned investments in town, district and city centres, including the Towns Funds projects, the Levelling Up Funds projects, Heart of the City 2, the investment that's going on in Rotherham town centre at Forge Island would all have chance to be delivered and to establish before they would face competition from the currently planned Meadowhall extension. In terms of mitigations on plot cinema, the limitation would be that there'd be 14 screens in maximum, which is probably optimistic given that now only about 1,200 square metres of additional floor space is proposed, and there are 11 screens currently. There'd be no cinema floor space at ground floor level. For the plot 5 development, they've said they wish to provide potentially a supermarket on plot 5 in addition to the large format retail, but it would be limited to one supermarket at the maximum 1,500 square metres sales area. That if they did so, they've committed to not implementing the supermarket. It was also consented on the Riverdon district consent. So essentially there'd only be one supermarket would come forward, and it would either come forward as part of this development or as part of the Riverdon district development, but not both. Just to provide full detail of the retail restriction that plot 5 would be subject to, that would restrict the primary range of goods. So it could be ancillary, but the primary range of goods could not be, for any of those units, clothing and footwear, jewellery, toys, cosmetics, audio and visual equipment, medicines or personal luxury goods. And also there'd be a unit threshold, there'd be no units below 700 square metres, which would effectively mean there couldn't be a series of small units that would compete with the type of small units you'd find in city town district centres. There'd also be a condition which would endeavour to restrict any potential poaching from the city centre. So essentially that would require an agreement to be made if any retailer was wishing to locate to plot 5 who currently had a presence in Sheffield city centre, and the agreement would be that they would retain at least 75% of their presence within Sheffield city centre for the 5 years following occupation of plot 5. So those are the main mitigations. I'll just briefly go through the main facts associated with the impact on Rotherham Town Centre and Sheffield City Centre now. So in terms of the quantitative assessment that was referred to previously, the quantitative assessment for trade door and convenience goods on Rotherham Town Centre predicts that in the worst case scenario there would be 0.3% of the trade which is predicted would otherwise be generated in 2030 due to the development. So essentially they would have 0.3% less trade because of the development, is the applicant's prediction, in 2030 if the development went ahead. In terms of comparison goods, they predict that there'd be 0.4% less trade of comparison goods in Rotherham Town Centre in 2030 if the development went ahead. In terms of food and beverage, and again the less reliance should be placed on these figures, but the most has been assessed in the best reasonable way that can be assessed, but inherently less confidence can be placed on that. So trade draw for food and beverage is predicted to be at 0.6% of total food and beverage turnover in 2030 in Rotherham Town Centre. So those figures are considered to be relatively low and to be a relatively conservative estimate. In terms of the Forge Island project, we have considered, the Rotherham Council have specifically raised concerns and objections to the development and have referenced their investment in the Forge Island site, which is a site with it to the north of the town centre where they're progressing a scheme for a hotel, cinema and restaurant. We know that is progressing. There's been on the ground, and there's been anchor tenants being announced and has been progressing while the previous consent was in place, and also that the proposed restriction on the on occupying the floor space for the main Meadowhall extension to 1st November 2029 should assist in reducing the extent to which the proposed development would compete or compromise the ability of Rotherham to attract investment to the Forge Island site. In terms of the key points about Sheffield city centre, so I'll just go through the list of quantitative impacts again. So the applicant predicts that 0.5% of city centre convenience goods turnover in 2030 would be lost in the worst case. Obviously, the city centre has relatively limited convenience goods floor space. So the trade off comparison goods, obviously that's a much more significant proportion of the current city centre retail turnover. The prediction is that in the worst case, 1.2% of the city's anticipated comparison goods turnover in 2030 would be reduced by 1.2% if the development went ahead. In terms of food and beverage, they predict that the city centre's food and beverage turnover in 2030 would be 0.7% lower if the development went ahead. So in terms of specific investment projects, again, it's essentially the same argument is made as for the Forge Island, that these development projects are progressing in terms of Heart of the City 2 and the various phases of the Moor regeneration scheme, and have been progressing, notwithstanding the larger extension already consented, and that any competition from the current proposal would be delayed until the 1st of November 2029. So essentially, just to conclude that section, we've considered the quantitative and qualitative information presented by the applicant. We've drawn on our own expertise, and we've also consulted an independent retail expert on these matters who's advised us on, again, on the basis of the assessments provided by the applicant, but also his own expertise and knowledge in this area. And your officers advise that the balance of quantitative and qualitative information that is available to the council to consider points towards the proposed development having a less than significant adverse predicted impact on any city, town and district centre in terms of their vitality, viability or investment decisions within those city, town and district centres. So that is the key policy test, and we recommend that to members that the test is passed, in that the development would have is predicted to have a less than significant adverse impact in those respects. A more detailed assessment is set out in the committee report, and both myself and Chris are happy to go through any points of detail in more detail. So that's the main assessment. The other environmental factors are also set out in detail in the committee report, and I'll just briefly go through them now. I'm conscious it's been quite a long presentation already. So in terms of air quality impacts, these are obviously significant for the scheme as a large traffic generator. So the scheme is considered I'll just settle on that table. So the scheme is considered to be a suitable location for a large travel generator because, as shown in the previous slides, it's in a location that's highly accessible by public transportation in terms of tram, rail and bus services. So essentially, if we were to develop a large visitor generated employment leisure facility, then this is the type of site we'd like to see it come forward on, aside from the established city and town centres. So the applicant has looked at the traffic generated by the development and any other contributors to air quality, and they've produced an air quality impact assessment that's provided a detailed analysis of the potential impacts of the development in terms of nitrogen dioxide and other pollutants, including PM 2.5, its particulate matter, etc. And their assessment has found that there would be some adverse impacts from the development. However, they would not be significant. They would generally be in the area of slight adverse with some moderate adverse impacts. So the maximum increase in predicted air quality harm, poor air quality, would be by 2%. And so by that I mean that air quality would potentially be 2% worse than it would otherwise be in the worst affected locations. One of the locations is predicted to exceed the relevant air quality threshold, and in that location the outcome would be 1% worse than is otherwise predicted. So this is illustrated on. So this plan might not be terribly useful to you due to the scale of it, but essentially the main impacts are around the M1 Junction 34 South roundabout, within the residential area adjacent to that, and also within M1 Junction 34 North and other receptors adjacent to the main arterial routes. So officers in consultation with the Council's Air Quality Officer do not consider that the impact would be unacceptable, subject to a raft of mitigation measures, and those mitigation measures are set out in the report before you, and essentially they comprise measures to reduce the reliance of the development on the private car by travel planning, improving public transport infrastructure and services, also the incorporation of electric vehicle charging points, cycle parking, the cycle and pedestrian improvements that I showed you earlier, and also a requirement to reduce the energy demand of the development by 10% or produce that amount of renewable energy. So subject to those mitigations, the council officers do not advise that air quality impacts would be unacceptable. In terms of traffic and transportation, because the development now, this table that I'm showing now basically shows the difference between the predicted traffic impact of the previously consented and now lapsed scheme and the current proposal. It essentially shows that in the worst case, so the Saturday lunchtime peak, traffic would be potentially 3% more impacted than was previously the case. So essentially officers advise that it's a similar traffic impact to the consented scheme. This level of traffic impact was previously considered to be acceptable subject to mitigation. So the mitigation is less clear, the precise phasing and nature of the mitigation which will come forward as part of this proposal, because inherently there's more uncertainty about the sequencing of development and the scale of development which will come forward. However, essentially the applicant has confirmed that they will fund improved public bus services. Previously there was identified to be some deficiency in weekend and evening services, so they would continue to provide that to obviously try and reduce the amount of traffic provided by the development. They would also improve South Tinsley tram stop, which is currently essentially laid out pretty much as a bus stop, so they would upgrade that to a proper tram stop. They'd also implement any improvements on the road network which were required. So previously it was identified there was some need to widen Sheffield Road to add additional filter lanes, to do specific junction improvements, albeit relatively limited, and to improve Junction 34, M1 Junction 34 North and M1 Junction 34 South, eventually adding additional capacity within those junctions by providing additional lanes. So the applicants said in principle they're still willing to provide those improvements. However, the approach would be for each phase of development to do a fresh modelling exercise, and then a scheme of mitigation works would come forward with each phase of development. Subject to those mitigations, it's considered that the traffic impact to the development would not be unacceptable. In terms of ecology and a biodiversity net gain, as previously described, the site has a relatively low ecology baseline as it stands. The applicant, in the application, the applicants described how they could increase biodiversity by 13.3%, and that would be through the interventions approximately shown on this plan. So obviously you can't see the detail of this, but essentially It would involve providing green roofs on some of the elements of the development, providing additional landscaping in verges and remaining open space within the development site, and also potentially redesignating part of the overflow car park into the north to provide a nature area within there to provide an overall 13.3% biodiversity net gain. This isn't a specific scheme of mitigation that will necessarily come forward in this form, however, this will underpin the phased schemes of mitigation that come forward at each phase, with an overall requirement to achieve at least a 10% biodiversity net gain as part of the development scheme. In terms of overall human health impacts, it's acknowledged that the development scheme would have certain negative impacts on health and also certain positive impacts on health. So the committee report explains this in much more detail. However, the negative impacts are identified to be associated with construction traffic, dust and noise during the construction phase, and air quality and noise impacts from additional traffic during the operational phase. However, it's acknowledged that health benefits will accrue from the construction operational phase in the form of the additional employment which will be provided to the local ward and city area, and also there would be some general benefit to the public transport service and infrastructure improvements and the biodiversity net gain. Essential officers recommend that neither factors for nor against would have a significant impact on the human health of the population in the area. So essentially there would be a balanced outcome there. In terms of flood risk, the applicants essentially demonstrated that the site would be safe from flooding with the existing flood defences in place for essentially the majority of the lifetime of development. There may be a need to review the flood defences at a future point in time. However, that would be some way down the line and will be accounted for through the general reviews of the adequacy of flood defences as climate change predictions alter over time. There will be an expectation for the development to provide full schemes of sustainable urban drainage, including both improvement in water quality and attenuation to ensure that runoff rates are not increased from the development. Subject to that, it's not considered that the development would have an unacceptable impact in terms of flood risk or drainage. In terms of sustainability factors, the critical factor is the suitability of the location for a major travel generating development. And as previously explained, this is considered to be a suitable location for the expansion of leisure, food and beverage and retail in terms of the existence of public transport links. Other sustainability mitigation includes specific measures such as achieving a commitment to achieve BREEAM Very Good, commitment to achieving at least 10% biodiversity net gain, joining the EcoStars fleet recognition scheme, and a commitment to meeting a minimum of 10% of the predicted energy needs of the development from decentralised and renewable or low carbon energy or an alternative fabric first approach. Subject to these mitigations, it's considered that the development scheme meets the relevant sustainability policy criteria. So overall, that brings the presentation essentially to a conclusion other than the recommendation and the supplementary information. So taking account of the factors for and against the development, giving consideration to each relevant policy test set out in the committee report, on balance it's concluded that the proposed development is acceptable in principle and subject to mitigation would have an acceptable environmental effect. Conditional approval of planning permission, subject to the prior consultation with the Secretary of State, as it's, I'll explain that in a second, and prior engrossment of a legal agreement under Section 106 of the Act is therefore recommended. So the report before you recommends a series of conditions and also a series of Section 106 heads of terms, which are essentially to enshrine the mitigation which I've just described to you. The consultation with Secretary of State is required because that's required for any out-of-centre proposal for retail or leisure floor space of over 5,000 square metres. So that brings the presentation to a conclusion. Just to confirm, the supplementary information before you, on item 2, confirms that there's been a single late representation submitted earlier in the week. The late representation references some chicane barriers at South Tinsley tram stop and suggests that these should be replaced with Equality Act compliant bollards, which I'm sure is something that could be looked at when it comes to upgrading the tram stop in the event that the application is approved and that those works go ahead. But it isn't really is an existing issue that doesn't need to be addressed by the applicant. It's more an issue for the mayoral combined authority. There's also a proposed update to the Section 106 heads of terms. So at the time the committee report was written, negotiations hadn't yet been concluded between the applicant, council officers and the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority with regards to the public transport service and infrastructure improvements. So it's proposed to amend heads of term 1 and 2 in the report before you, which are set out on page 230 and 231 of the report. So heads of terms 1 and 2 would be amended to be more specific. So the specific obligation 1 is proposed to be amended to an obligation not to occupy more than 5,000 square metres gross internal area of floor space within plot TLH, i.e. the main Meadowhall extension area, until approval has been secured for a detailed scheme of public transport service improvements. So the combined authority have an indicative scheme of service improvements which essentially address the deficiency of evening and weekend services. However, obviously, with the main extension not proposed to open for at least another 7 years, the situation may have changed. So the requirement would be to agree a detailed scheme in 7 or more years' time when the service improvements came about. So B would be a final contribution amount sufficient to subsidise delivery of these service improvements, subject to a cap which would be index linked of 1.1 million. Previously, the applicant committed just short of £1 million to bus service improvements. So it's considered this cost cap, which is based on the mayoral combined authority's costing of the current scheme of service improvements and would be index linked. It seems to officers to be an appropriate cap. And then a payment plan for that financial contribution linked to the phasing of development would also be required, and officers suggest there should be an overall backstop of the full payment being required before the occupation of 10,000 square metres of floor space. This is an element that the applicant hasn't confirmed their agreement to. They've confirmed they agree to the overall cost cap. However, they've raised concern about that overall backstop. However, officers consider that it is appropriate to include a backstop to have some certainty over when the contribution would be paid by, or at least the phase of development by which the contribution would be paid. So obligation 2, which relates to the South Tinsley tram stop improvements, is supposed to be amended to say to be an obligation to pay a financial contribution of £297,000, which is the amount previously agreed, and South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority have confirmed that is still correct, but would again be index linked to deliver works for improvement of South Tinsley tram stop. So the applicants requested that the precise payment schedule and triggers would be agreed. It would certainly be required before the plot TLH, so the main Meadowhall extension, will be brought into occupation. The South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority are of the opinion that it should also be required before plot 5 would be brought into occupation. The applicants requested that that matter is essentially delegated to officers to agree in consultation with the South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority once there's been conclusion on those discussions. And then the second part of obligation 2 would be not to occupy any part of the development until the financial contribution of £20,000 for delivery retail information on the bus stops on Meadowhall Way has been paid in full. So that's 2 existing bus stops opposite the source, which currently have shelters but no real-time information displays. So they would be upgraded before any part of the development took place. So it's considered that those updated obligations would pass the relevant SIL Regulation 122 tests of being necessary to make the development acceptable in planning terms, be directly related to the development, and would be fairly and reasonably related in scale and kind to the development. So there's one additional item which isn't listed in the supplementary information. So upon further review of the committee report, it was noticed there was some minor discrepancy in the wording used for the conclusions on town and city centre impact. So if you refer to page 183 of the committee report, the last paragraph there, which essentially is before the design and landscape issues policy section, which is actually the concluding paragraph on the city and town centre impact, currently states that overall, taking all relevant factors into account in terms of the health of existing centres and potential impact of the proposed development as set out in the report above, and subject to the impact mitigation proposed by the applicant being secured through appropriately worded planning conditions and obligations, it is accepted that there is no reasonable basis to conclude that the proposed development would have a substantial adverse impact upon the vitality and viability of any city, town or district centre within the catchment areas or any existing committed and planned public and private investment in those centres. Officers would amend the wording to rather than say the development, it is accepted that there is no reasonable basis to conclude that the proposed development would have a substantial adverse impact. Officers would amend that wording to be consistent with the National Planning Policy Framework to say that there would be no likely significant adverse impact upon the vitality and viability of any city, town or district centre. So essentially, as previously described, the qualitative and quantitative impact are a prediction of likely impact. Therefore, any conclusion is based on that prediction and the best available evidence. And that's why the word likely is required, because obviously a prediction is simply that. You cannot know with absolute certainty how things will pan out in the real world. And also the substitution of the word significant for substantial is simply because the word significant is the one used in the National Planning Policy Framework and it is a more appropriate and precise form of wording to use. So thank you. That concludes my presentation and the supplementary information.
Right, thank you very much for that, Mike. Peter's just said what I was going to say. Feel free to take a drink while we are listening to the speakers. I have two speakers against this application. Mr. Philip Villas. Mr. Villas? Hello, Mr. Villas. If you'd like to come to one of the central desks, the little button on the console with the mouth on it turns the microphone on. And if you'd like to present your report, you have up to 5 minutes.
Sorry, just one thing is that I have agreed that we would share the 5 minutes.
Okay, that's fine. So if you'd like to come up as well, Mr. Whitfield? Yeah, okay. You can share the desk if you're that close, or you can go to the other one. That's entirely up to you. Right, so if you make yourselves comfortable, turn your microphone on, and the floor is yours for up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to present to you this afternoon. I'm Phil Villas, Director at PMV Planning, and I advise New River and their partner. This is an application for a major leisure-led extension to Meadowhall. The overall commercial floor space is almost 400,000 square feet, the leisure content of which is over half of this, so in excess of 200,000 square feet. Officers say at page 142 that this is a very substantial leisure-dominated extension to Meadowhall, and yet there is no quantitative assessment of the likely impact on the city centre. There will be new cinema screens and a whole range of potential leisure operators, from bowl to axe throwing, uses which exist and should be expected to locate in the city centre. Your officers notes in their report at page 173 that there has been a significant increase in vacant units in the city centre, 139 units, including some significant spaces left by John Lewis and Debenhams. 25.3% of units in the city centre are empty. The national average is 14.14%. Officers quote the recent Sheffield Retail and Leisure Study 2022, which states, securing the reuse of additional vacant floor space is urgently needed to ensure the centre's vitality and viability. And as officers note at page 176, the national PPG states that if there is a high level of vacancy, which it is agreed by all parties there is, and limited retailer demand, and I quote, even a very modest trade diversion from a new development may lead to a significant adverse effect. And yet the applicant has not carried out a quantitative leisure impact assessment to look at the likely impact. Assessing the impact of such a scheme on the city centre and other centres is a requirement of the MPPF. Why hasn't this been done? You are told that there is no accepted methodology for doing this for leisure schemes. Well, in our view, the applicant should try. These are clever people. They can do it. They've done it for retail and they've done it for food and drink. Why not commercial leisure, the main component of this scheme? Is it because, as your officers note at the top of page 179, that Sheffield city centre, like other centres in the catchment, is in a more fragile position than it was in 2018, when a previous scheme, now expired, was accepted? It is your city centre, and you should defer this application to require the developer to assess the likely impact. This is too important not to. I'll pass over to Jamie Whitfield from New River to explain why this is so important.
Hello, I'm a director at New River representing the joint venture that owns the moor, which encompasses approximately 28 acres of Sheffield city centre. Without a quantitative leisure impact assessment, it's impossible for any of us in this room to confidently make a judgment upon the impact of this application on Sheffield city centre. However, what I can do is to convey our concerns and the concerns of operators in the city centre. Meadowhall is dominant in the region, and of the operators that trade both in Meadowhall and Sheffield city centre, store sales volumes can be up to 5 times greater in Meadowhall than in Sheffield city centre. And as a comparison, based off the same scenario for Manchester, store sales are at parity for the Trafford Centre and Manchester city centre. So this application seeks to greatly improve the customer experience and extend the dwell time, which will further compound this dominance over Sheffield city centre. Even if we were to put the fragility of the city centre's retail offer to one side, recognising the disappearance of John Lewis and Debenhams and the continuing decline of Fargate, Sheffield has a fragile nighttime economy. The prospect of a repositioned Meadowhall with a greatly improved F&B and leisure offer will make new operators think twice about establishing a presence in the city centre, and so limiting the city centre's ability to strengthen its offer. One city centre leisure operator went as far to say that it would be dangerous to Sheffield city centre's nighttime economy to bring forward the proposed out-of-centre extension. Whether this extension comes forward now or in 2029, it's of little consequence to Sheffield city centre. The prospect of such a significant strengthening of the Meadowhall offer will loom on the horizon, and its eventual delivery would serve to undermine the future vitality of Sheffield city centre. Furthermore, Sheffield City Council have undertaken a fantastic job to bring forward Heart of the City 2, but this application could undermine its future. For these reasons, we're asking the committee for a deferral to enable the applicant to undertake a quantitative leisure assessment for us all to properly assess the potential impact on Sheffield City Centre.
Thank you very much. I also have a speaker in favour of the application. Mr. Bloy. Thank you, Mr. Bloy. The little indicator, the little speaking voice, that's it, you've got it.
Thank you, Chair.
You have 5 minutes at your convenience.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, my name is David Bloy. I'm a director within British Land. I also have several colleagues with me today who can answer some of the technical questions that you may have. I'm not going to specifically respond to the leisure quantitative assessment point. I think that's something that you members could potentially ask of your officers here today. But I wanted to make some sort of important points about Meadowhall. That many of you know that nationally Meadowhall is renowned as a long-established regional shopping centre, and it is an important part of Sheffield's economy and attraction. The centre employs over 8,000 people, with 94% of those living in the Sheffield city region, and the centre contributes almost 20% of all business rates collected by Sheffield Council. However, Meadowhall is over 30 years old and is dominated by retail units. The centre needs investment, it needs to evolve, and it needs to attract more leisure and food and beverage operators in order to widen the offer available and bring the centre up to modern standards. Before I talk more specifically about our proposals, I wanted to mention British Land's 2030 sustainability strategy, which seeks to grow social value and well-being in the communities where we operate. It sets out how we instigate education and employment partnerships at all of our key assets, and how we are delivering net zero carbon on all of our new developments. This strategy won the first Planning to Address Climate Change Award at this year's National Planning Awards, which we as a business were very proud of. So turning to the scheme before you this afternoon, we've been working very closely with officers over the last 2 years to bring a scheme to committee that is recognised as being acceptable by your officers. The proposed development is an evolution of the previous Leisure Hall extension approved in May 2018. Since this revised application was submitted in October 2020, the proposed leisure and food and beverage floor space has been reduced by almost 40%, and we have agreed to defer the delivery of the main leisure offer until the end of the decade, enabling your city centre to respond to current and medium-term market demands. Your officers are recommending a range of operational restrictions on the development, which will ensure the proposals complement rather than compete with the city centre and other centres. We have demonstrated through a robust leisure and retail impact assessment that the proposals will not undermine the viability and vitality of Sheffield city centre or neighbouring centres. Your council has commissioned independent retail consultants to review this assessment, and they've confirmed that the proposal, with the planning controls in place, will not cause any unacceptable harm to the city centre's health. The proposals will bring a number of benefits to the local area and wider city region, including the creation of around 850 new construction and operational jobs. It will generate additional business rates, improve GVA, and the delivery of almost £500,000 of SIL money. Furthermore, the proposals will provide general highway improvement works, along with a package of other contributions including air quality, public transport improvements, and a contribution to a work-ready programme which will target local residents for the jobs created. And importantly, the proposals will seek to modernise and refresh Meadowhall to meet today's and future customers' needs. The economic importance of Meadowhall to the city region therefore remains key, and the proposals before you today will help to ensure that Meadowhall remains an important part of the local economy. So in summary, we have worked hard with your officers over the last 2 years to ensure that the submission has responded to and been adapted in light of that dialogue that we've had with officers. The development with a range of controls to be placed on it is a scheme which has the full support of your officers and all other statutory consultees. So I therefore very much hope you are able to uphold your officers' recommendation for approval for this major strategic investment in Sheffield. So thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm going to go back to officers now to see if they have any response or any comments to the representations made.
So I'll bring in our retail expert, Chris Watts, in terms of the specific issue raised about the lack of a quantitative impact assessment for leisure, and then I'll maybe come in just to briefly conclude.
Thanks, Michael. So Michael picked up on this in his presentation that there is no robust method for assessing leisure impacts, and that's widely accepted across the planning industry and in appeal decisions. The applicant has attempted a food and drink leisure impact assessment, a quantitative one, in their assessment submission. We've looked at that, we've assessed that, we've advised officers that limited weight should be afforded to it. Instead, the preferred approach should be to look at qualitative factors, such as the distribution and quantum of existing leisure facilities in the area. And that's the guiding principle, really, for leisure impact assessment. And I'd also add that if a quantitative assessment was undertaken, that the usual approach would be to look at the turnover of existing facilities and then identify where the trade will be coming from. Now, that's very straightforward to do for retail, but less so leisure, in particular when there's no existing large format leisure facilities in the city centre, only the cinema really of note. So I think Mr. Villas mentioned axe throwing, tenpin bowling, some of the other large format leisure uses, which there aren't really in the city centre other than the cinema. So there's no recognised approach for leisure impact assessments, and the main reason for that is because there's no recognised sales performance data for leisure facilities in the same way as there is for retail. So it's a completely different approach, and I'd commend the officer's approach for a qualitative assessment.
Thank you, Chris. And just to confirm that a summary of the qualitative impact assessment for leisure is set out on pages 167, 168, 169, 170, 171, and 171 and 172 of the report. So essentially, the applicant has been through each potential leisure occupant sector by sector, and based on household survey information, is considered where existing visitors within the catchment would go for that leisure, and then has basically come to an assessment of where the likely trade draw for the proposed leisure at Meadowhall would be taken from. And in summary, the applicant contends that trade draw would be largely, although not exclusively, from existing out-of-centre leisure facilities rather than from city and town centres. So that's just to confirm where it was. Just in terms of the general point made about the impact on Sheffield city centre, I'd just say that the assessment is set out in the report. We certainly haven't, certainly acknowledged that there will be an impact. Just officers' judgment based on the information which has been provided, which we considered to be reasonable, suitable, and as far as could be expected, indicates that impact will not be at the significant adverse level. So that assessment is set out in the committee report, and officers would stand by it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Michael. I'm now going to open the floor up to members' questions, and I've got Councillor Davison. You indicated that you had a question. You've waited some time, but there you go.
Thank you very much. I'm sure that people will find this an exciting project, but I want to drill down on the figures, because I too have got some worries about how these are calculated. Obviously, mathematics is a precise science, but it depends on how you base the figures. And to me, there's a bit of mystic meg plus mathematical modelling in all this. We don't know what the opportunity costs will be. You say that there'll be a gross value added of 71.5 million, which I might add is not a massive amount compared to the population of Sheffield. It's about £140 per head, and that's gross, not net. And what we want to know is, what the opportunity cost is, because there's going to be a cost. We know there's going to be a cost because you've already told us there will be a cost on other centres, and there'll be a cost in terms of jobs elsewhere. So are you saying that this 850, for example, will be extra jobs, or what will the net result be? And can you actually say there will be a net? And what is the net opportunity cost in terms of the gross value added? Now, you see, one of the problems I have is I like to see a Pareto optimum. That is, nobody benefits at the expense of somebody else. And we're not reaching a Pareto optimum in this kind of economic analysis. It's quite definite that some people are going to lose out massively. Rotherham, for example,
Roger, is there a question in there?
Yes, this is a question. Was devastated in the original one. So maybe it hasn't much more further to go. But I want to know those opportunity costs. Of course, the other thing is the multiplier effect, which may occur, but it's not as much as manufacturing, and there will be a multiplier effect in terms of transport. I'm not sure how much 290,000 provides in transport. Maybe you can answer that question. So I'll leave it there for the time being. Thank you.
Michael, Chris, would one of you like to try and unpick?
So I think my understanding of the question is that have we taken into account all of the costs associated with both the employment generation of the development itself and then consequential impacts of the harm associated with development, put that together and come out with an overall cost? I think the simple answer to that is no, because I'm not aware of there being a reliable method to do that. But what we have, so the benefits that I showed you in terms of the gross value, the additional jobs, they're an estimate of the employment generation and development. You're quite right to point out there may be some adverse impact in terms of trade lost from other centres, and that there may be some employment lost from that. It's very difficult to, I mean, other than the total loss of quantum, and then try and extrapolate that for the number of jobs, which I think would be quite a difficult and tenuous calculation to make. I think it'd be quite difficult to put a figure on the potential jobs lost from the development due to the diversion of trade to the development. However, what has been done is the applicant has produced a prediction of the difference in turnover between now, 2025 and 2030 in the various centres, which broadly anticipates there will be an increase in turnover of that period. So what essentially the applicant's predicting is that those centres will grow, it's just they'll grow potentially by slightly less than they otherwise would have, because the development will draw some trade to it. So I think that puts it in some context. Obviously that's only a prediction made by the applicant. In terms of the other impacts, they are ordinarily and necessarily assessed on a case-by-case basis. The section on human health tries to bring it all together and look at the overall impact on the population in terms of the negative factors and the positive factors. However, to arrive at a mathematical formula that put that in a quantitative way, I'm not aware of there being a methodology for doing that within any application that I've seen. We've just tried to make the best job that we can of explaining the harm and the benefits of the development in the report before you.
Very precise, though. 1.2%. Sorry, I do apologise.
Briefly, please, Roger.
Yeah. Okay, I'll leave it at that, but I still think that's the guesstimates rather than estimates, and it's a bit of mystic meg plus mathematical modelling.
Thank you.
Sorry,
I've also got...
Sorry, Chair. Sorry. Could I just come in on one point?
Yes, certainly, Chris.
Thank you. So I think so. I think you're questioning the veracity of the some of the percentage figures quoted in the report in terms of retail impacts. Is that correct? I mean, that's a fair observation, and one of the critical things with retail impact assessments is the outputs are only as good as the inputs that go into the forecasting model. So one of the things that we've looked at very closely throughout the application stage is critically reviewing the inputs that are going in. So the applicant's assumptions about sales performance, online retail sales, patterns of trade, draw, etc., etc. And we've looked at this carefully, and we've assessed that the assessment as a whole provides a reasonable basis for making a judgment on impacts, but percentage impact figures on their own don't present the full picture. You need to layer up that with qualitative assessment factors, as I mentioned earlier. So in the round, the percentage forecasts of impact and the qualitative judgments that we've made, we've assessed that the retail impacts won't likely be significant adverse impacts.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Is that better, Roger? Okay. I've now got Peter. Councillor Price.
Yeah, just a factual thing. On the planning application itself, I understand that the main entrance currently where the car park is, will built on. Will the car park remain underneath, or is there going to be car parks spread into the current overspill areas to keep up the numbers?
Apologies. Press something. I'll try and unpress it.
Oh, it's gone green.
Right, it's red again now, which I think is good. So the existing car park in the main development zone, so it's an existing decked car park surface with one deck above it. So to implement... The front entrance though? Yeah. Oh, the sides level, but the front. So essentially, to build in that area, they would have to remove some of the deck, and then to compensate for that, build additional decking, which they've indicated how they could design essentially a small multi-storey car park to the eastern part of it. So it wouldn't be like wouldn't be a large multi-storey tower block, but essentially be 3 or 4 decks to replace the car parking that would be lost.
Thank you, Dr. Chair. Have we discussed this with the cycling fraternity, that they're all being looked after? Because that route from there is a bit, well, it needs looking at in some bits, that's all. The cycle route.
The cycling has been looked at, yeah.
Thank you. I also have Councillor Holmshaw. Brian.
Hi there. I've got any number of questions to ask, but I shall try and restrict myself to a few. So I've got one, for example, on cycling. I've got another one on the economy and also on health. Ecology. So what I'd like to ask on the economy is to do, what is the footfall at Meadowhall compared to 2019?
Answering first, Brian, or... Yeah, okay. Michael?
I don't have that figure. I'm sure that the applicant could provide it if you minded to allow the applicant to explain it. But I don't have that figure to hand. What the change in footfall's been.
If possible.
Would you, if you have that figure, would you like to...
So, Paul Case from British Land. I don't have the exact figures on me, but since 2019, footfall has fallen. It's around about 5 to 10%, roughly. So that has fallen principally because of the pandemic and people's shopping habits have changed.
Okay, if you could just stay there for a moment. I've got a second question, if that's okay, Chair.
Fire away, Brian.
So this is to do with how many empty units are there currently in Meadowhall?
I can give you the percentage. It's about 2%, David. So 3.4% of the floor space. There are constantly deals coming in and out. So saying the exact number of units is difficult, but a percentage is 3.4%. So that is the average percentage of what you have at the moment.
Is that it, Brian, or is...
I do have some more questions, but not specifically on Meadowhall as it currently is.
Okay, I've... oh, sorry,
Yeah,
you're not finished. Right.
Continue, thank you. The poaching clause that's been added, how is this going to be enforced, and how is it going to be sanctioned if there is any anything that's done that is poaching? Could someone answer that one?
Do you have an answer to that, Michael, on how the non-poaching clause will be enforced?
We have consulted legal previously on this, who've pointed out that this clause has previously been imposed on other consents. It's essentially the same wording. So the same clause has been imposed on other consents, and as we've stood, I think it was either an appeal or a judicial review, I'm not entirely sure which. So essentially, legal services, who can speak for themselves, have reassured us that it was a condition that could be used. However, we shouldn't place too much weight upon it, because essentially it'd be reliant on an agreement to be reached with each retailer wishing to relocate the premises, and although we do consider that if there was a breach of that agreement we could enforce it, we basically don't consider it as straightforward to enforce as, you know, a more normal matter addressed by planning conditions. So I think members shouldn't assume that will prevent any poaching of city centre operators to the site. It's just a mitigation to try and reduce the impact of that.
Is that it, Brian? Any more?
Yeah, so can I just check whether that no poaching clause covers Rotherham or Parkgate or any other district centres, for example?
It doesn't know, because the impact on those specific areas was identified as being most significant on Sheffield city centre, and that was the logic behind it being framed in the way that it has been. Also, the enforceability of it beyond the district may be difficult. If I could bring in my colleague Chris.
Sorry, just on that point about the no poaching, you mentioned centres other than the city centre. I think you mentioned Rotherham. Obviously the goods restriction, which is in place on plot 5, would provide a further degree of comfort that city centre retailers, for example, selling clothing and footwear, won't be able to relocate because there's goods restriction in place.
Yeah, finally on this one, if you'll allow me, on the economy. Let me dig out the question. Yes, so it is said, and this follows on actually from what Roger was referring to earlier, and what one of the speakers was also referring to, was there is no established methodology for quantitatively assessing the impact of proposed out-of-centre leisure uses. As a result of that, what's appearing in the report is lots of things that say uncertain. So I've spotted this several times. So I'm asking the question, you know, without any quantitative data, are the conclusions of the report uncertain and open to question?
Michael, Chris, would one of you like to have a go at addressing that issue? Oh, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. I think you'd have read the committee report. There's no denying that this is a large scheme and an already large dominant shopping destination, and the decision is, I'd suggest, quite finely balanced. But that's not the test. The test is, will there likely be a significant adverse impact? Now, there certainly will be an adverse impact on the city centre and other centres. I think that's recognised throughout the applicant's assessment material and in the committee report. But what we've had to do, the officers and myself, is reach a judgment on whether the adverse impacts will be significant. And we feel that in the circumstances, particularly given the proposed delay to the leisure elements, they won't be allowed to come forward until at least November 2029 at the earliest. I mean, that gives the city centre and other centres considerable breathing space to ensure that their investments are delivered. You know, there's a number of investments that haven't stalled post-pandemic, which is a positive sign for the city. There's a number of investments that continue to come forwards, notwithstanding the threat of the Meadowhall proposal. So I think on balance, you know, our firm judgment is there's unlikely to be a significant adverse impact. You know, there are percentage impacts that are quoted in the officer's report, but as I said before, you can't just take account of percentage impacts. You have to factor in the qualitative assessment factors as well.
If I could just have one final, and this is on the design and its impact on net zero, and then I will let everyone else have a go.
Go on, I'll indulge you.
Turn it off. So the question is on the design and its impact on the net zero aspirations of the project. So why BREEAM very good? Why not BREEAM excellent or outstanding? Because I can't see how you will actually reach any kind of net zero aspirations if you don't have an excellent or outstanding design to your building.
Michael, can I hand that one over to you?
So I'd just say that we can only apply the planning policies that are within the current local and national policy framework. They do not require BREEAM outstanding or excellent, and they do not require net zero. There is progress being made in that line, but that's not the current policy environment we work in. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. I've also got Councillor Tom Hunt, who's indicated. Tom?
Thanks, Chair. So my question is about the extent to which the impact assessment on leisure in Sheffield City Centre and other district centres is predicated on there being additional units at Meadowhall. The report on page 158 says that the relative lack of such facilities within Meadowhall is negatively affecting the customer experience, and that developing additional units primarily aimed at leisure and food and beverage operators would enhance the customer appeal. There's stories in the local press over the last week, and another story today, that one of the existing 290 retail units at Meadowhall, the former Ronnie O'Sullivan snooker shop, on Park Lane, is an application has been submitted to convert that into something called the Clubhouse, which will be the first licensed late night premise inside existing Meadowhall as it stands. It will offer food, street food, drink, bowling, mini golf, arcade games. So this is an expansion of the food and drink and leisure offer within the existing Meadowhall site, not additional units. Are more applications like that to convert existing units into leisure spaces pre-2029 likely? And has that been taken into account in the assessments? If so, that does seem, if not rather, that does seem to change the nature of what we're talking about here, where we have a changing Meadowhall pre-2029 and then a significant change post-2029. So if you could just let me know whether that's been taken into account, that would be really helpful.
Michael, can I hand that one across to you, or is that more for Chris?
So the assessment does acknowledge that the environment is changing in Sheffield City Centre, Rotherham Town Centre and other centres where they're seeking to diversify, including bringing in more leisure offers, and that the development will have an impact on that. But the assessment is that will not be a significant adverse impact, taking into account the mitigation, including the delay to 2029. In terms of other changes of use happening within Meadowhall, then that can't be precluded. So certain changes of use require planning permission. Certain changes of use don't. It would be possible for the applicant to repurpose some units within Meadowhall to leisure use on top of the proposed development. There is a control proposed for the total amount of leisure floor space across the proposal site, and also the M1 distribution park, which is where the trampoline park and children's play centre is. So that would be capped at a certain amount, total quantum of floor space, which is set out in the report. However, it wouldn't be precluded for existing floor space within Meadowhall changing, which is with the applicant is able to do. I don't know, Chris, do you have anything further to add on that?
Yeah, I mean, it's the proposals before you that in terms of a leisure, it's predominantly large format leisure, which you typically don't find in town centres, city centres, albeit that trend is changing slightly on the back of the closure of many department store buildings, for example. I'm not familiar with the snooker club example you gave, but I mean that's probably reflective of trends in retail generally across the country. And they're the same trends that are influencing change and investment decisions in the city centre here. So I think you can reasonably expect the city centre to see a shift from comparison retail towards leisure and F&B, food and drink, in the years to come. So I think overall we haven't taken into account change of use proposals such as the snooker club that you mentioned within the existing shopping centre, but we have factored in the trends in the retail sector and how they're likely to play out over the next few years.
Is that the stretch, Tom? Do you want to come back?
Just a quick follow-up. So the empty Debenhams shop in Meadowhall at the moment, there would be nothing at the moment to stop that being converted into a large leisure offer as the site currently stands pre-2029, and then subject to this being granted approval today, a significant expansion of leisure could then come on top of that.
It would be within the gift of the committee to alter the wording of the floor space restriction to include the existing Meadowhall centre as well. Obviously, the applicant would have a right of appeal against that condition. They haven't indicated to me at this point in time whether they would agree or not agree to that condition. They wouldn't need to agree to it. So the relevant condition would be condition, if you just bear with me for 1 second. So it's condition 56. So that condition currently reads, not more than a cumulative maximum total of 10,363 square metre gross internal area of floor space within the land covered by both the planning application and the M1 distribution centre. The whole of the area of land within the red area shaded, shown on drawing ref 001D, shall be used for any purpose falling within Youth Class ED, Indoor Sport and Recreation and Town Country Planning Act. What I'm suggesting is if that's a particular concern for members, they could, I'll just check that the scope of that specific plan to see which area is included.
Michael, while you're looking that up, I know that our other Michael wants to come in as well here.
Thank you, Chair. I just think that there might be a simpler way, in terms of that specific example, Debenhams turning into large-scale leisure from retail, that would need planning permission in its own right. Now there would be an opportunity for the local authority then, or planning committee, depending on where that decision came, to wrap some form of restriction around an individual large-scale leisure application in a big unit in Meadowhall, in a similar scenario to the condition that we've put in place around large-scale leisure with M1 distribution. So when they're taken into account, they don't breach a certain floor space. Now, you'd need to consider an application on its merits, but instead of the principle of changing the whole condition and wrapping the whole of Meadowhall around that floor space right now, which I would suggest would be too significant a change to agree without the applicant's agreement, actually probably the more practical thing there is if an individual application came in for a large-scale unit at Meadowhall for large-scale leisure, when that was considered as a planning application, the conversation could be had then around whether that consent would be extinguished if it was appropriate to do so when the leisure hall came into play in 2029. That would probably be the more practical way to do it. If it transpired that was something that came forward, which obviously hasn't come forward at this stage.
Thank you, Michael. I don't know whether Chris or Michael Eaglestone wants to, either of you want to come back in there or...
Just to confirm, what I was doing before Michael spoke was just checking that plan to see what that condition number 56 caught, and it does catch the extension area and also the M1 distribution centre site, but it doesn't catch the main Meadowhall building. So just to factually explain that, the planning conditions can cover land within the applicant's control as well as land within the red line boundary, which is the logic behind it, including the M1 distribution site, which is no longer within the red line boundary. So it's obviously at members' discretion how they wish to proceed on that.
So if I can just summarise, Michael Johnson, your solution is to consider each future application which would require a change of use on its own merits, and consider at that time whether such an application would add to the quota in this planning application or would become extinguished when the other development the other permission comes on stream, or the other solution is to try to amend now an application for something that we don't know is coming along. Have I got that right? How I summarise that?
That you summarised it perfectly, Chair, and I think we've got precedent in the sense of the agreement that we've got with the applicants in relation to how large-scale leisure at the M1 distribution centre would potentially be extinguished when the leisure hall came forward. So there's an agreed floor area between the extension for the leisure hall and the M1 distribution that you wouldn't go over that cap when you bring them all together. So that principle is established already. So what I would suggest is that, as you've described, if a Debenhams, for example, came forward for large-scale leisure in the future in Meadowhall, then you would consider that on its merits at that time and decide whether that should fall into that cap. Obviously, that would be a discussion with an applicant as well, but perhaps that would be the best way to deal with it for the future.
Okay, thank you. Tom, does that answer your question? And is there any proposal? Oh, sorry.
Apologies, could...
Absolutely, absolutely. We're dealing with very complex issues here, and I'd rather talk them through.
So just to be clear, the majority of units within Meadowhall will be use class E. So the government brought in a use class, as you're probably familiar with use class E, which includes commercial, business and service, which is relatively wide-ranging, and brought in a number of other use classes. So essentially, if you have a unit within use class E, you can now change it without planning permission to quite a broad range of other things. One of those things is use class E subclause D, which is indoor sport, recreation or fitness, not involving motorised vehicles or firearms, or use as a swimming pool or skating rink. So if the applicant was proposing to change an existing unit from retail, which would be within use class E, to indoor sport, recreation or fitness, not involve motorised vehicles, firearms or use as a swimming pool or skating rink, and which wasn't, there's also certain leisure uses that are specified as being sui generis. So if it wasn't any of those, and it was indoor sport and recreation, then there wouldn't be a planning application required. So I think we just needed to clarify that. So not in the example given for the change of use of Debenhams, it is possible to change that to a indoor sport or recreation use without planning permission.
Okay, thank you. I'm not sure where we go from here, except that, Tom, do you have a proposal arising out of that? And I've got Councillor Richard Williams indicating I've seen you. Tom, do you have anything further you want to ask or a proposal?
No, I think that last answer changes it quite significantly, so I need to have a think about what that proposal might be. I suppose what is revealed is that my original question about the analysis that's presented to us is not taking into account changes that could take place prior to 2029, and that last answer reveals that they could be quite significant changes, potentially. Okay.
Well, let's carry on for now then with the questions. And Councillor Williams, Richard, you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, up and down the country, more and more towns and cities are looking for leisure facilities to replace the declining retail sector. I mean, Stockton is an example. They've almost given up on retail. My concern is today we're being asked to make a decision with gaps in the information. And, you know, and it's interesting that the applicant has actually said, well, we'll give you till 2029, which to me would indicate they kind of think there will be an impact on the city centre. That's just my personal observation. Question to officers, is there anything else we could be doing to increase the quality of the information we've had in order to make this decision? Is there anything you'd like to do differently or a different way? I mean, are there hard facts?
I mean, in terms of the approach to assessing the likely impacts, we've done everything we can. You know, we've followed good retail planning practice. We've followed the provisions of the MPPF and the practice guidance, and we've reached a judgment. That's what it is, a judgment. We're not promising one way or the other, but we've reached a judgment, and we feel that the adverse impacts won't be significant on balance. So I'd question what else can be submitted to sort of supplement what we already have.
Right, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I appreciate the guidelines and the plans, but there's often guidelines at a certain level, and there's always things on top of that you could do. Can you reassure me in your opinion, there's nothing more we could do to get better information?
No, I mean, this is a scheme that's been rigorously assessed for the best part of 24 months. Yeah, I've been involved with large schemes of similar scales over the last 10 years or so, and I can't remember one that's been more rigorously assessed. So I'm comfortable that the City Council have done everything in their powers to seek the appropriate assessments from the applicant, to seek additional controls where necessary. And I think the 7-year delay is significant. It will help the city centre to secure the operators that it wants and needs where possible. That's not to say that there's no risk, because clearly even the threat of an expanding Meadowhall in 7 years would undermine confidence in some parts. But on balance, we feel that there's no evidence to suggest a significant adverse impact.
Okay, thank you, Chris. Okay, I've got Councillor Can indicating, Bob, and then I've got Councillor Masters. I'm going to draw. I do apologise. Mike, you did indicate. Could you hold your horses, please, Bob?
Yeah,
Mike
sure,
did
a quick question, Chair, very quick. Just this is based on a previous planning application which is expired. So this is a current planning application which, if it was granted, in 3 years' time it could expire and the applicant come back with a completely different planning application. Is that correct?
As is always the way with planning, yes, that's correct. No development is certain.
Thank you. Mike, my apologies.
Thank you, Chair. I've got 4 questions. The first one is a quick one. I've not ventured down to that part of Meadowhall, although I've been in Meadowhall recently. The former House of Fraser site, is that currently occupied?
No.
That's the first question. Do you want to answer that, or do you want me to move on to the other three?
I think the applicant would have more up-to-date information on that.
Would you perhaps package them together, Mike, and we can bring in whoever we need to?
Yeah. The second two questions, I'm trying to make sense of the food and beverage table on page 166, and where it refers to trade diversions, I take it that's what's anticipated by 2030. And as you look down the table, quite a lot of the centres, there seems to be a marginal difference. And then you get to Sheffield city centre and it says 43.9%. If that's trade diverted away from Sheffield city centre, to my mind, that is very worrying if that's what's been estimated from the applicant's quantitative food and drink impact assessment. And then we come on to Firth Park Shopping Centre. It's only a mile away, or a mile and a half away from Meadowhall. Can't find it on the table. And so I have a worry that that wasn't factored in on that table. My last question is about the heads of terms, page 230. Point 1, the contribution to subsidise additional bus services to and from the site. We know in this last couple of years there's been a reduction in bus services, including, for example, the 32 bus that went into Meadowhall and served the northeast of Sheffield. There's no indication of what scale that contribution would be from the required from the applicant. I mean, it is very welcome, but I mean, we now have a figure for number 2 at 297,000, and on the fourth heads of terms, 100k support for delivery of the Work Ready programme, but there's nothing to indicate that support for public transport would be sufficient or meaningful, and I do find that a worry. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Michael, do you want to answer those? If there's anything you can't, we can either get a response or if some of our other guests might contribute.
Thank you, Chair. So the figure on trade diversion is basically the applicant's anticipation of the amount of their total trade that will be drawn from people who would otherwise have visited another centre. So that 43.9% figure is basically the applicant saying that they anticipate that 43.9% of the people that will be coming to drink food and beverage at the Meadowhall development would otherwise be going to Sheffield city centre. That's not the same as it being 43.9% of the total trade in Sheffield city centre, obviously. So just to explain, that's what that figure means. So obviously it all adds up to 100%, which is the total amount of trade that the applicant estimates that they will be doing. In terms of Firth Park, the food and beverage table obviously only includes the centres of significance in terms of food and beverage. These tables are extracted but only include the more significant numbers. Firth Park is referenced on the convenience goods table, where it suggests that there would be a 0.3% trade diversion impact in terms of convenience goods in 2025. Sorry, 0.5% in 2025 and 0.5% in 2030. So just to reassure you, the impact on Firth Park has been considered. In terms of the bus services contribution, at the time the committee report was written, the negotiation hasn't been concluded yet. As I made clear in the supplementary information, those negotiations have concluded. between South Yorkshire Mayoral Combined Authority, the applicant and council officers. And what's being suggested to members is that there's a contribution cap of £1.1 million, and that would be index linked, so it would accrue over time based on the rate of inflation. And essentially that is based on the Mayoral Combined Authority's current assessment of the services that they wish to see improved. The actual services they wish to see improved may change in that 7-year period because there may be different deficiencies and different specific services at that time. However, what we've established is effectively the level of commitment we expect from the applicant, which is in excess of the commitment they had for the previous scheme. So I think that those were the questions. The other question was about one of the specific units in Meadowhall, which I think the applicant may be better able to explain, if that's okay, Chair.
Very briefly, can you tell us if House of Fraser is still trading?
House of Fraser has been relet. 3/4 of the space is currently occupied flannels and is trading. The remaining space is currently under offer. And I can also say that the Debenham store, the full amount of floor space for Debenhams, are in advanced discussions with retail occupied for that space. And it is very soon going to be formally under offer.
Thank you. Councillor Masters, Barbara, thank you for your patience. You're the final question.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's just hopefully yes, no answer. I mean, considering the discussion that's been with Councillors Hunt and Williams, I mean, because it's a pre-planning application, therefore, could that condition be put in to explore the inclusion of the main site in the overall percentage of leisure facilities? Because that seems to sort of overcome a few things with, you know, what the two Michaels said. It's yes or no, is it a viable thing?
Chair, I wonder whether the applicant would wish to express their view on this at this point. That they may not wish to express their view, but I just thought it may be good to provide opportunity for them to explain whether they would accept that cap or not.
I did say explore, you know.
I think we're treading on dangerous grounds if we get on. We have to consider the application that is set out before us, and if we look to negotiate actually in meetings, we're on very, very dangerous ground. I'm looking at Vicky and she's smiling at me. So I don't think that's possible at this time, Barbara. We have to consider what's set before us. Vicky, do you want to come in?
Thank you, Chair. Obviously, if members want to explore anything that isn't currently on the table in terms of considering the application before us, you obviously, as you know, can seek a deferment and ask officers to liaise with the applicant. I think that would be preferable rather than to be seeking to negotiate on the floor, as it were. Thank you. And just to mention again, this is a hybrid application, which means some of it is outlined, some of it is in full, but pre-application is something that happens away from committee, prior to committee. Just to clarify that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. That's the end of questions. So I'm going to take comments, and I've got Peter indicating. Councillor Price.
Thank you, Chair. I have a confession to make, Chair. I'm the only person in this room was at the actual original presentation from Eddie Healy and Paul Sykes when they came to Labour Group and promised us this major retail and leisure centre that would replace the derelict Hatfield Works. And they made this promise that not only would it be retail, but it would be leisure. And they said a sports hall and a leisure pool and a theatre. They never fulfilled that, but we got the cinema as part of that thing. So it was always part of the original plan, and we welcomed it because it was some leisure facilities down in the East End which was virtually devoid of any sort of leisure at all. And that's why I do welcome this. Now, I'm sad to be so negative responses, Chair, because Meadowhall is not just in competition with City Centre, they're in competition with Manchester Trafford Centre and Leeds Arndale Centre, who have all got much better leisure facilities in there so that families can go for a day shopping and take their kids and leave them. And that's what Meadowhall lacks, in my view, and has always has liked, that leisure bit. Now, I think they've done as much as they can to protect the city centre planners by banning clothing, footwear, jewellery, toys, cosmetic, chemists, or if it's books, none of that can be took up in the centre, so that protects lots of the stuff. Regarding the threat to the city centre, we've got to remember that city centre is going through dramatic change. There's currently new hotels being built. 20,000 residents will be living in there next few years as apartments are going up. That's going to transform the footfall in the city centre. And to suggest it affects the night economy, I don't understand it. Meadowhall shuts at 10 at night. The night economy takes off in the evening. You know, the clubs are open at 11, 12, 1, and all the students. There's massive investment going in there from the Hallam University. 60,000 students. The city centre is changing, just like Meadowhall is changing. Unless we keep up with this, we're going to lose out. And I just think we ought to be proud of Meadowhall. I think what it's achieved, I think it's the major centre in this country. It just about keeps ahead of Trafford and Arndale, but only just. And I think it needs this. And I think a reasonable compromise has been made to help us to maintain, because the region's much bigger than just South Yorkshire. You know, it's Chesterfield, all the other end, and Derbyshire and other areas who come for a day out. And that should not affect the city centres if the right mix is made. And what's changing in city centres, people are living in them. But they weren't 10 years ago. More and more people, not just students, people are buying their apartments in city centres, and that's transforming it. Meadowhall can't compete with that, and therefore if we're clever, they can work in tandem with each other. And I'm going to support the officer recommendation, Chair, because I think it's an excellent expansion. It's going to create hundreds of jobs. People have got confidence to invest millions in it, in the city. I think we ought to be proud of what's been suggested here, Chair. I'm going to support the recommendation.
Thank you, Pete. I don't think any of us can compete with that statement. I was here when the original application was considered, but we are listening to the Father of the House. Thank you. I've got Councillor Holmeshaw and I've got a couple of other indicators.
Right, thank you. I remember the Meadowhall development in the 1990s and the impact it had on Sheffield city centre. I think a number of us do. We know the impact it's continuing to have. And thank you, Peter. And the report freely says that the city centre is fragile. It's mentioned a number of times. It's got high shop vacancy levels, which is mentioned in the report, including Debenhams and John Lewis's. Yet the report goes on to recommend expansion at Meadowhall. A 2% impact on the city centre trade is being forecast. That translates to family-owned and run businesses that are going to be lost and more indirectly affected. So why vote for it? The figures of how much it's going to improve trade are uncertain. That word appears several times, including page 199, where the officer says there is uncertainty over the scale and development which will ultimately come forward. And then on page 204, where it relates to economy and jobs. Jobs notice, uncertainty over the jobs. And without a full economic forecast, uncertain this certainly is. Why do we want to damage Sheffield's economy at this time or in the future? Rotherham is objecting to this, and if Rotherham can stand up for its town centre, then why can't Sheffield stand up for its own centre too? And I'm going to be voting against the officer's recommendation on this application and in favour of Sheffield's locally owned and staffed businesses and the ecology of the area.
Thank you, Brian. I've got Councillor Jams. Tony, you wanted to make a comment? Don't you even want to try? No? Okay. I've got Councillor Chaplin. Mike.
Thank you, Chair. And I will speak for Tony Dams because Tony Dams was also there for the original planning application, Peter.
Sorry, Mike, I've realised I was at an early one, but not quite 1973. I probably was still in short trousers when Peter got one. Sorry, Mike.
Right, regaining my train of thought. It is a finely balanced decision, and we've just heard two speakers, one very positively in favour, Peter more than half glass full, and Councillor Holmeshaw glass half empty approach to this planning application. And you'll know from some of the questions that I've put that they were born of some concerns about this. But I think fundamentally we have to be positive about our city. and its future. There's no doubt that Meadowhall is an important shopping centre, just as Sheffield city centre is important and vital to the city. I'm pleased that this application is a bit more scaled back and realistic to the times we're living in, but I do think it is worthwhile pursuing it, and I think on balance I'm going to support this recommendation, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. Barbara, I've got you indicating.
Thank you, Chair. I mean, sort of, when it comes to predictions, I mean, nobody predicted the impact of COVID. So I always take sort of predictions with a pinch of, carefully. I mean, sort of, I can't sort of emulate what you're saying, Peter, but you actually sort of said a lot of what I wanted to say, but much more eloquently. I hope the future of the city centre does not just rely on leisure, but on a range of services and experiences, sort of, and over longer hours. So I think the focus on leisure may be sort of, to me, it isn't the important thing for the city centre. I also think, because of the easy access from the centre to Meadowhall, the city centre could actually benefit from it, and we can create sort of environment which actually sort of, complements both. So I'm a glass half full person. I think there's a lot of potential for the city centre once they know what the impact, what development's going to take place in Meadowhall. So I will be supporting it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Davison. Roger?
Thank you very much. I also remember the beginnings because Eddie Healy and Sykes were going to develop at Parkgate, weren't they? And then this site became available. So we're deciding now on the applicant instead of Rotherham. It would have been Rotherham had that gone through. So it's obviously not an easy decision because the footfall in the city centre will improve, I'm sure, with all the extra housing, but the character will change, and people will tell us that they don't want us in the centre anymore. They don't want. So, I think that there is a definite change in what's happening, given there is a space here for for an assessment in the city centre as to how they're going to compete with a place like Meadowhall. I am not convinced of the figures personally. I've seen this so many times, how many hundreds of jobs are going to be created by this project or that project, and they've never materialised or very vaguely materialised. But nevertheless, I'm going to vote in favour of it, but I just hope that I'm doing the right thing.
Thank you, Councillor. And the final speaker that I've got indicating for comments is Councillor Hunt. Tom, over to you.
Thanks, Chair. So I've been listening to all of the arguments for and against, and thank you for the answers to my questions. And I have significant concerns about this, given the impact on Sheffield City Centre, where for the first time in a long time there is positivity around the city centre. I think it's noted that the moor has really taken off, and the city is going to further benefit when Heart of the City 2 fully becomes on stream over the next year. But as the report notes, it's very fragile still, and we know that there's significant challenges around Fargate, and no doubt that will continue. I remain unconvinced about the figures and the fact that Meadowhall could significantly change prior to this new expansion being approved, if it is approved, and I worry that by passing it, we would knock confidence in this city centre just at the time when it's beginning to be built back up. My other concern is on an issue we haven't talked about today in our questions and comments, which is on air quality. And it is of concern to me that this will be a large traffic generating scheme, and that at a time when vehicle cleanliness is set to improve over the next decade or so, this will lead to 2% worse air quality in a city where we know that air pollution contributes to 500 deaths a year. So I do struggle to set aside that quite significant piece of evidence at a time when we know that vehicles are going to improve the engine cleanliness. So I'm going to continue to listen to the evidence, but I do have significant concerns about this.
Okay, thank you very much for that. I'm now intending to proceed to the vote, and the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally, subject to the legal agreement of the Secretary of State. So I'm going to go around the room and ask you if you're going to vote in favour of the officer recommendation.
For the officer recommendation, Chair.
I will be, thanks. I will be voting, I will be voting against the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Thank you. Pete?
For, Chair.
Tony?
For, Chair.
Mike?
For, Chair.
Good.
Against, Chair.
Bob?
Abstain.
Barbara?
For, Chair.
Roger?
Just for, Chair.
And Tom?
Against.
Okay. So that's carried with 6 for, 3 against and 1 abstention. Thank you. I don't know whether members want to take a 5-minute comfort break or if they want to... Yeah, I thought you might. Just 5 minutes, please, because there are a lot of members of the public that have been waiting to hear our last applications. I know that means that Brian is excluded from this next item, but I think people have been waiting here all afternoon and long enough. So, yeah, we're transmitting. Are we? Are we transmitting? Yeah, we're transmitting. So, the next application we have on the agenda this afternoon is application number 22/01692, a full application located at 100A Basford Street, Sheffield 9. And I believe this is your report, Sarah. Oh, no, it's your report, Lucy. Right, over to you.
Thank you, Chair. So this site is, you can see on the red line boundary, it's to the rear of properties on Basford Street, and it's accessed through a passageway. It was formerly a builder's yard. I don't know how long ago that was because that appears on all the Ordnance Survey maps, but it's clearly not been used for that for a long time. This is just an aerial shot that shows the site as well. And members obviously visited this site yesterday as well, so they will be familiar with it. This shows the passage from Basford Street itself. So this is between numbers 100 and 102 Basford Street. So that is the passageway that provides access to the site at the rear. This shot shows the dilapidated nature of the site itself, which is a backland site, and a semi-derelict building at the back there. And originally this wasn't proposed to be demolished, and obviously as officers we said that was completely unacceptable to have this development with that building not demolished. So that was something that we negotiated. Chair, the next photograph shows the current extension to the building, which is a flat-roofed workshop building. So that's just to the left-hand side of the existing dwelling house. And then you can also see the rear of properties on Industry Street there as well. Again, this is another shot of the dilapidated building that's on the site, and this would be proposed to be demolished and replaced with a garden area there. And Chair, this is looking to the rear of properties on Basford Street, and one of the proposals is to put new fencing along that boundary between those gardens there and the application site. This is the property as it stands at the moment, and to the left-hand side is where the new proposed extension would be to the property. So it's a 2-storey brick-built dwelling house at the moment. It's a 2-bedroom dwelling house. This shows the boundary of the site with properties on Industry Street, and this shows the view looking back down the passage towards Basford Street, so obviously noting the narrowness of that vehicle access, which is where a lot of the concerns have come from. Chair, this is the proposed site plan. So as you can see, in place of the dilapidated building would be an area of green space. The extension is shown to the side of number 100A, so you can see the formation of the roof there. There's also 5 parking spaces and a turning area proposed. So that shows the extent of the site, and on there it also shows the areas where there would be new boundary fence treatment between the site and the existing residential properties to provide privacy to those existing residential properties. This proposal just shows the building as it is currently, so with that workshop to the side. Chair, this was the plan previously before the revisions to demolish the dilapidated building, so I just thought it was worth members seeing this. So what we negotiated was that improvement that you can see there on the right hand side, which is to demolish that building and provide the open space and an adequate parking and turning facilities. So this was one that came in originally, which we said was unacceptable. Chair, this is just the building itself, showing the extension to the existing property, and it also shows the floor plans. So it'd be living accommodation on the ground floor. There would be 3 bedrooms for children on the upper floor and 2 bedrooms for staff on the upper floor. And one of the proposed conditions is to limit the occupation to 3 children at any one time. Chair, so that's the end of the presentation, Chair. I think what we have to remember is that this site is within a designated housing area. A children's home is a residential use, whilst it's not in the C3 housing category, it's in the C2 care home type category. But obviously they are most suited to be in a residential area. They shouldn't be anywhere else. What is proposed are huge improvements to the site. As you saw on your site visit, it's in quite a parlous state, the site, particularly because of that dilapidated building. And so there are quite significant benefits to improving this particular site and its environment. And obviously I would stress that this is a very small children's home with only 3 residents proposed. Chair, there are a total of 5 parking spaces as part of the development, and obviously the boundary fencing, as I said. So again, those are improvements on the current situation. At the moment, as you saw, there have been various commercial uses which clearly are not compatible with the surrounding residential properties. Chair, I think in terms of, there have been a lot of comments obviously about the use of the passageway, and I'm sure that questions will come out which highways will be able to respond to, but obviously that's an established vehicular access into the site, and the proposed development would result in fewer vehicle movements than would have previously been the case with any commercial type use on that site. So whilst we understand the concerns that have been raised by local residents, we think with the revisions in place that it is an appropriate location and an appropriate development for the site, Chair.
Thank you, Lucy. I have 2 speakers against this application. The first one is Mr. Khan, Umar Khan. Mr. Khan, if you'd like to come forward to one of the central desks, there's a button on there with a kind of like speaking mouth on it. If you press that, it will give you access to the microphones, and the floor is yours for up to 5 minutes, sir. Okay. Oh, we've got Mr. Okay.
Hi, my name's Umar. I own 3 of the properties behind the... I'm not really good at this because I've never ever done this in my life, so please excuse me with my nervousness. I own 3 properties behind the property what they're saying that they're going to demolish on the corner. My argument is when they do demolish the property, the privacy of the tenants is going to be gone away because the windows will be just facing straight towards them. So they won't be able to have any kind of privacy. Second argument is the safeguarding, you know, the children around that area. My third argument is there's approximately like 15, 16 houses, back gardens, you know, ending on the developed planning what they've suggested. So it's just, that's my argument. I haven't got much else to say apart from the entrance, you know, the access going into the property is really narrow, and I feel really bad for the people who are next door, you know, where the access is going to go through. So cars are going to come in and out. There's going to be cars idling engines and all sorts. And I just feel that these properties and the community what have lived in that area for the last 20, 30 years, they're going to be disturbed by right-of-way and noise, etc., and just safeguarding their kids and privacy with the buildings knocked down. So they just, as they are, as it is, you know, with the building built, if that gets knocked off, it's just going to, a lot of privacy is just going to go out the window. A lot of people are just going to lose their rights. So that's my argument.
And it's very well put, Mr. Khan. So if you think you've made all the points that you want, you don't have to take up the full 5 minutes.
I've probably forgot a lot of points. When I get home, I'll just probably say to myself, why didn't I mention this and why didn't I mention that? But
it's very difficult. It's a difficult thing to do, to talk in this chamber, and if you're not practiced. So, if you want, we've also got Mr. Mahmood, Mr. Arshad Mahmood. Oh no, so Mr. Hyatt. Sorry, I'm sorry. We had Mr. Hyatt. If you'd like to take the other desk, and if you think of something else, I'm not going to restrict you if you want to come back in, if that's okay.
I feel mostly sorry for my neighbour. Why? Because where the access is, his house is on the right and the other neighbours on the left, so they're just going to be coming in and out.
Okay, thank you for that, Mr. Khan. Mr. Hyatt, if you'd like to...
thank you for giving me the opportunity. Basically, I share a general with this property. I live on at 100, and this general is very, very tight. And if this is going to be a children's home, my kids are going to meet the traffic, basically, which is going to be a danger to my kids, first and foremost. And after that, basically, when the traffic meets the road, it also becomes a danger because it's a one-way traffic. This particular channel is like 6 foot wide, so it's not suitable for like two-way traffic either, i.e. pedestrians and, you know, cars.
Take your time.
I've never done this before.
No, take your time. It's a difficult thing to do. You're doing very well.
It's just the nervousness that I need to
I know, it's dreadful. But we don't bite, honestly, and we want to hear what you have to say.
So basically, if you imagine that's the main road, if a car was to come in this way and a car come that way, they've got no place to manoeuvre at all. And then if my kids were to come from that backyard, it's an instant danger. You know, somebody mentioned the use of the current land. The current land is used for storage of cars. It's not used for like regular use. So at the moment there is quite a few cars there, but they're only stored by the car dealer, which is my next door neighbour who's here with me. He'll vouch for it. I did put a lot of it on paper, but
you have got your councillor. You've got Councillor Mary Lee, who's coming to speak on your behalf. So, do you want to see if she's caught some of your concerns and can represent them to the committee?
Yes, please.
Okay. So if you'd like to turn the microphone off because they won't all operate at once. Councillor Lee, if you'd like to come forward to the microphone and...
Thanks, Chair. I just think it's worth pointing out, first of all, that this development hasn't been commissioned by Sheffield City Council Children's Services, so it's either a very speculative development or been commissioned by another authority or another organisation. I don't know which is the case. My prime concern is the vulnerability of the children who will be living in that home, and also the health and well-being of those kids and the health and well-being of local people in the area. I think the way that the development is configured, the privacy of the children will be compromised because it's housing around the whole of that area, from at the back, front, both sides, and at the front, you know, where that main entrance is there. Back gardens face onto the site. So I think that's one issue for the children. I think is a difficulty. I think in terms of the way the landscaping and the car parking and the turning of cars is laid out, I think that will prevent any sort of outside play for those children. I think, you know, there's some landscaping, there's 5 car parking spaces, and there's also there's a need for the cars to turn around. So I don't see there's any space there for outdoor play for those children that might come to live on that particular site. There are parks in the area, but there are a good 15-20 minutes away, and I don't know what age groups those particular children will be. So I think that's an issue that needs consideration in terms of putting a children's home there. The land is contaminated. It was used as a yard of some sort for many, many years. I think even before those houses were built, it was used as a yard. And somebody told me that passageway, when the houses were built, was used for horses and carts to go through. It wasn't used for vehicles or motor vehicles, so that's how old the yard is. I don't know how contaminated it is, and I don't know what contaminants are there, but it is, given the nature of the area and the industry of that area, it will be contaminated. And given the site, the smallness of the site, and also the access, there's one access in and one access out, I'm sure it's going to be really, really difficult to remove that contamination and get rid of it safely. So I think that puts at risk, I think, the residents of the area. It's not the dust you see that harms you, it's what you don't see that harms you. So I think there is some issues there that I'm not sure we can solve through the planning application. I think, as I said before, the streets surrounding the area, their back gardens, back onto the site, I think the privacy of those residents will be compromised. I think their amenity and their right to use their back gardens will become compromised by the site because I think they will be overlooked. So I think that is an issue as well. However, if the committee does decide to agree this planning application, I think we have to take note of the way it's used, the site is used at the moment. There are a lot of cars are on the site. They are not cars that are parked there by residents. I think that needs to be taken into consideration in the planning, and one of the conditions, if this goes ahead, must be that it is the cars that use the site are only for use of the staff that work there and the visitors that visit that home directly. I think that is all I've got to say. So thanks, Chair. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor Lee. If you'd like to turn the microphone off, I'll ask officers if they want to respond to those comments. Thank you.
Chair, I'll go first and then I'll ask my highways colleague to step in. In terms of the concerns, obviously there are always concerns about any change next to anybody's property, and we completely understand that. In terms of privacy, as I proposed and is pointed out on this particular plan here, wherever there are not existing 1.8 metre high boundary treatments, those will be installed. So this plan that's up on the presentation at the moment indicates where those would be. So that's all the adjoining residents. Where the dilapidated building is, the rear wall of that will be taken down to 1.9 metres. So again, that will serve as a privacy screen between the site and those properties. So in terms of ground floor, all those surrounding properties would have their privacy protected in that way. In terms of the windows that are proposed, obviously the existing house has a number of windows front and back, as would the extension, but the distances between those windows and any adjoining properties are well within the 21 metre tolerance and far more than that in most instances. So we don't feel there's an issue with privacy in terms of our current guidelines. In terms of access, I'm going to leave that one to Helen. I'll just go through the other issues that were raised. Clearly, I understand that the general is adjoining 2 existing residential properties, but it is already in use and it is active. And obviously, there are over a number of aerial photographs that you've seen over a number of years, that we've witnessed over a number of years, that there is a heavy amount of parking been taking place on this site. And I think we have to look at the benefits as well in terms of removing that really dreadful dilapidated building, which looks dangerous to me, to anybody who's got children that are adjoining this site. You know, that seems an inherent danger at the moment that will be removed as part of this development. In terms of the who's commissioned the children's home, that's not relevant to the determination of the planning application. I understand why the point has been made, but it's not relevant to the determination of this. And obviously, vulnerability of children living at this location, part of that is dealt with by other legislation rather than planning. So you're really looking at the land use considerations when you consider the planning application rather than the safeguarding issues that have been raised. In terms of land contamination, obviously we've got a suite of contaminated land conditions, so we realise that that is certainly an issue that needs to be dealt with, and that would be dealt with in conjunction with our colleagues in environmental protection. So the development wouldn't be able to proceed until that contamination is dealt with, and it would have to be dealt with under health and safety and environmental protection legislation. So there are strict safeguards in place about disposal of contaminated material as well. In terms of, there was a Councillor Lee suggested that if members were minded to approve, that we ought to include a condition that the car parking is only ever to be used in connection with the children's home. I see no reason why somebody could not recommend and consider that. That would be a reasonable condition to consider, certainly. You know, that I have no issue with that. If I could just ask my colleague Helen Johnson to respond on the highways issues.
Okay, thank you, Lucy. Helen, would you like to come in on the highways issues, please?
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, I think really, as Lucy alluded to, the fact is that, yes, we do appreciate that it isn't a standard access, and it is indeed, in terms of today's current guidelines, a substandard. However, it's an existing access which has got quite a lot of use. And I think, to be perfectly honest, that with this development, the use of that access by vehicles is likely to reduce rather than increase. So therefore, it would be inappropriate for it to be considered as reasonable to justify refusal of on that basis. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Helen. I've got 2 members' questions, two members indicating that they'd like to ask questions. The first one is Councillor Chaplin. Mike?
Thank you, Chair. Looking at the one of the objectors who spoke earlier raised concerns about overlooking and privacy, and officers responded saying that they're putting in mitigation measures, and I'm glad you've got slide 12 up. I'm looking at the trees that seem to be on the northeast side of the site where you replacing the derelict building. The tree cover looks quite generous, as you would expect from a mature tree, but you're going to have to put new planting in there, and I'm concerned that if you only put in whips and not trees that are several years old, then the residents nearby are not going to have their privacy protected. I do think the vehicle access is something that people are going to have to be very careful about. Anyone who's got a drive knows that getting your vehicle into double gates and up to the garage is always a test of concentration. But this is quite a long drive, and I can see that on occasions people are going to have to be very tolerant, and clearly one vehicle is going to have to, if they meet in the middle, one vehicle is going to have to give way and back up. Otherwise they're going to be stuck there for a long time. The children's home, the play area for the children in the home, is that the area out to the southeast, and is there anything being put into that garden to make it suitable for children to play in? Because clearly you wouldn't want them playing out where the cars are. Yeah, I think that covers it for me, because I'll take it that you have pretty much addressed the issue of land contamination and the measures that would be put in place to deal with that. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Lucy, do you want to respond to that collection of questions?
Chair, in terms of privacy, I don't think I was describing that the trees were the main privacy element. That's more of a greening up of the site and biodiversity enhancement and a general tidying up of the site and making it more attractive for both the proposed use and surrounding residents. The privacy really is in respect of the new installation of fences, and also there would be where those trees are, just to the right-hand side as you look at the plan now, there would be a 1.9 metre high brick wall at the point of that boundary. But the properties surrounding it have got reasonably generous gardens as well. So I was also saying that in terms of privacy distances, window to window, our guidelines are met in that sense. In terms of the, you were talking about a long driveway and people having to be cautious. I mean, the people that are arriving here would be accustomed to using the facility if they're employed there. And obviously it's a situation that already exists. Play area for children, that's the main private area is the garden at the rear of the, so as you look at this plan, it's on the left-hand side of the dwelling, and that's quite a substantial garden. So you don't necessarily have a play area for children's homes, but an enclosed garden is obviously like any family home. It's meant to be like a family home, so it would be a garden for that purpose. There are two community parks within a short walking distance of the site in terms of play facilities themselves. So there are two in the local area. Chair, can I just go back on the point that was raised about the using the car parking in connection with the use proposed? Actually, condition 8 does allude to that, but we could strengthen the wording, I think.
Chair. Okay, thank you for that, Lucy.
Chair, could I just mention something? No, just in terms of the use of the access, I mean, if it would help in any way, we would be looking at that as generating something like probably very slightly more than just a traditional residential property. So you would be talking probably 6 to 8 vehicular movements a day using that access. So I think that just gives you an idea that, you know, it's not people coming and going every 5-10 minutes or something. It's likely to be in the order of that level of vehicular movement per day. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you for that, Helen. That's useful. I've got Councillor Masters, Barbara.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. It's a completely different issue. I mean, there's a disabled parking space allocated, and yet the care home is providing a new doorway that is less than 1,000 millimetres minimum effective clearance. And I just wondered why it says page 247. It's not been requested but not provided by the applicant, but he would provide 800 millimetres clear width. So is there any way of actually increasing it so that if there's disabled parking, then at least a sort of a substantial wheelchair could get into the building? Thank you.
Chair, as I say, we requested that as officers, and they have not included that on the revised plans, but it does meet the building regulations standard. I mean, obviously, it would only be visitability in any event because the bedrooms are upstairs and there are stairs in the property, so I don't think it's necessarily a suitable property for disabled children to be within in any event, but it does meet the building regulation standard. So given that we've asked and they've said not, I don't think that's something that can be further considered.
So, okay, right, I've got Councillor Tony Gans. Tony.
Yeah, I'm reassured about the parking because, and the thoroughfare, because the way in, because it's not a thoroughfare, is it? You're not going anywhere else, you're going to that particular property, so I don't think it would be a major problem. And I apologise if I've missed this, but I've not seen it in the report, but I may have missed it. What's the age range of the children or the young people that will be accommodated?
Helen, do we have any response for that?
Chair,
I'm going daft. It's been a long afternoon.
Chair, there isn't an age range, and that isn't really specifically a planning consideration either.
Okay.
I'm happy with that. I just thought play area would vary if they were 16-year-olds, you wouldn't want seesaw. That's all.
Well, you never know. Okay, I've got Councillor Price. Peter.
Just a quickie. It's currently a site complex of a dwelling house and yard. Isn't that a fact that a family could move in tomorrow with 3 or 4 kids and wouldn't need planning permission?
Chair, that is correct. It's only a small property. It's a 2-bedroom dwelling, so it's a relatively modest property, but what you wouldn't get is any of the environmental improvements either.
I've got Councillor Williams. Oh, Councillor McCann.
Thank you, Chair. I did notice the entrance is actually on the street. Is it possible to put a parking restriction on the entrance itself, on the street, to stop someone blocking the entrance, say?
Don't know who to direct that to. Would that be you, Lucy, or would that be you, Helen?
Thank you, Chair. I think it would be difficult to put something like waiting restrictions on there, and because obviously there would be a consultation process to go through, and obviously it would be affecting existing residents. What I do think might be appropriate would be something of something like a H marking which would highlight that there is an access there, and keep it clear in that respect. I think something like double yellow lines that could adversely affect everybody in the will perhaps not be appropriate, but that's something that could certainly be considered a H-type marking. Thank you.
Right, and I've got Councillor Williams. Richard, you wanted to?
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick point. It is about the access. Would it be possible, actually I'm looking at it from the perspective of pedestrians rather than vehicle movements or drivers. Would it be possible to have any form of signage on the outside warning pedestrians that cars are coming in and out of there?
Thanks, Chair. I think it may prove difficult because it's not some signage that you could have in the highway, because obviously if you're trying to put the signage in the highway, you're actually going to create further obstruction, if you like. And I don't see where you would be able to put it without causing a further obstruction to the width of the access. Thanks, Chair.
Okay, thank you. And I've got a final question in Tom. Councillor Hunt.
Thanks, Chair. Given that the application's gone in and clearly states that this will be a residential children's home, is any consideration possible under planning legislation to give greater or enhanced privacy to the residents of the children's home, given that everybody will know that they are there as occupants of a children's home? It's not a normal residential home. Is that, I take the point that you're satisfied that the privacy of residents elsewhere will be satisfied, but what about the privacy of children who would be occupant of the home? Is that something that can be taken into account?
Chair, that's a safeguarding consideration rather than a planning consideration. I mean, obviously, you want children's homes to be in residential areas, so there's always going to be, some sort of mutual overlooking, regardless of where they were, even if they were in the middle of the street and gardens back to back, for example. So I think this is quite a spacious site, even though it's a backland site, and it is, reasonable distances from other properties. So I don't see that as a planning consideration in this particular case.
Okay, thank you. I haven't got any more questions indicated, but there are two proposals that have been suggested but not taken anywhere, so I'll put those out there about enhancing the condition number 8 with regards to car use and the question about car marking. So I'll leave those out there. If anyone wants to make any proposals, and I've got Councillor Price. Peter, you wanted to make a comment.
Yes, Chair, thank you. I'm going to support the recommendation, Chair. This is probably the 4th or 5th one we've had now across the city, where the city is trying to disperse youngsters, instead of having in residential homes, to put them into communities where they mix with ordinary people. And people kids come into care for a variety of reasons, not necessarily because they've got antisocial behaviour. Many, of course, have had tragic backgrounds and lost parents. And so trying to house them in a stable situation with families around them is the recommended way forward. And so, but everywhere we raise it raises this problem, the fear from communities that somehow we're putting things in that they have to worry about. And I think we've got to tackle that and try to continue this policy. I personally think it will improve the area if we have a greenery, which is proposed, demolish that derelict old building that I think looks bad at the back. The fact there must be at least 10 cars parked in already, and the suggestion that some people are putting in there for sale, it's something we ought to include, that we must stop that happening, because I think it's what's making the place look a mess anyway, all those cars. I think it'll look much more attractive. The fact there's only 3 kids in, I say any family could move in tomorrow and bring 4 kids with cars and everything, because they don't need planning permission if it's just a normal family house. But because it's classed as this, we have to have special permission, and I just think that this fulfills all the planning needs and requirements. I can't see any planning ground for refusing it. And therefore I'm going to support the recommendation, Chair, because it will improve that yard. It'll get rid of the environmental problems in there, get rid of the old building that looks a mess, and get a control of the parking that's currently going on in there, and hopefully it's better for everybody in the area, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Have I got any more comments? No? In that case then I'll proceed to the vote, and if I can find we'll go back to the front sheet.
Sorry, Chair. Do you want me to propose this white H
well,
outside?
there's the beefing up of condition 8 and there's the H marking. No one's actually taken those up and made any proposals about them as... If you turn your microphone on, Bob, you certainly
yes,
can.
I'd like to propose that as a recommendation, Chair.
Would you like to specify what that is?
Just a H marking outside the entrance, so the entrance is kept clear at all times.
Can we also add a restriction of the number of cars allowed in there? I think, I thought that was a possibility, Lucy.
Lucy, will you take up that point?
Does it lock me off? Oh, can you hear me? All right. Sorry. Chair, what we were proposing was just a beefing up of condition 8, just to make, because that condition does say it shall be used for the sole purpose intended, but I think we could improve the wording of that to make that crystal clear that it's only to be used in association with people either working or visiting that specific use. So that it's not used more widely, and then the H marking outside would be a separate condition.
Right, so a separate one. So we've got 2 proposals. Sorry, Vicky, please.
Thank you, Chair. Just in respect of the H marking, obviously this is a marking on the highway which would be outside the control of the developer. All the developer will be able to do is to make a request to highways to have a H marking put there. So on that basis, if members were minded to want to pursue this, my advice would be to include it as a directive to ask the applicant to make those inquiries of the Highways Authority. Thank you.
Thank you. That's very clear. So, Bob, you're proposing that we include a directive asking the developer to make a request of highways. Have we got a seconder for that? Thank you, Alan. And we also have a proposal from Peter that we amend condition 8 so that we're clear that the car use is tied to the use of the residents and people with business at the home. Do we have a seconder for that? Thank you, Roger. So I'm going to vote on the directive first of all. All those in favour, I'll take hands. I think we can see that that directive is included. And now the beefing up of condition 8 so that car use is conditional on the business of the children's home. All those in favour? That's carried. Now I'll move to the recommendation that we grant conditionally for the reasons as set out in the report, but also with the addition of the amendment to the condition and the directive that we have just discussed. So I'll go around the room. All those in favour? Councillor Wood.
For, Chair.
Councillor Price.
For, Chair.
For.
Councillor Chaplin.
I can find no planning reason to oppose this application, so I'm voting for, Chair.
Thank you. Councillor
About the
Williams.
safeguarding of children, please. That's important here. I beg of you. Like, the safeguarding of children is very important. My children are living there. My next door neighbour's children are living there. They are becoming a risk to this flowing of traffic. At the moment, the use is only limited. This is going to be a daily usage.
I'm sorry, but we've passed the discussion item of the agenda, and what we do now is
chance, didn't you? You said to give me a chance to talk, and then you would let me talk, but you didn't. I've been putting my hand up. You wouldn't give me the chance to talk, and I'm forced.
So you're making a proposition about the movement of traffic in and out.
Because his land comes all the way to my gate. I've put my foot in the human rights of 1998 state that my privacy is affected. My family life is affected.
There's 15 gardens,
I think officers, I'm sorry, officers have said quite clearly that the separation distances, in response to one of the questions, that the separation distances that we would take between windows is correct.
The trees don't grow overnight, do they?
And the roof what he's took off and the building what he's derelict, he's done that himself. The reason he's done that himself, so he doesn't pay council tax. Yes, so he avoids council tax, so that he's got no roof. Now the roof hasn't been there for the last 16, 15 years.
I'm sorry.
And the cars what he's parked there are
The chance has gone now for discussion. And officers quite clearly see that demonstrated that the separation distances are in line with planning
The thing
guidance.
is, I am going to put this through to the media. Like, I was going to bring the media with me, but I am going to put this through to the Star newspaper, and I'm sure there will be many out there that will agree the council is making the wrong decision.
Please talk to your local councillor and see what you want to do, and if you could turn that.
Thank you anyway. Thanks for
thank you.
taking.
Thank you. Right, yeah. So, Councillor Williams, I think I got to you.
I'm for the officer's recommendation, thank you.
Councillor McCann.
For the recommendation, Chair.
Councillor Masters.
For the recommendation, Chair.
Councillor Davison.
For the recommendation.
And Councillor Hunt.
For.
Thank you. And that's been carried unanimously. Thank you, Lucy. let's proceed now to the next application, which is 2203685, a full application for land opposite Homehead at Wheeldam, Rivelin Valley Road. And this is one of yours, Sarah, I believe. So the floor is yours.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start with the presentation, can I just draw members' attention to the supplementary report? There's a variation to condition 2 in relation to an updated site layout plan that has been received, and there's the proposed addition of 2 additional conditions. One seeks to prevent any fixed or movable structures being sited within the dog walk area, and the other condition seeks that prior to the dog walk being brought into use, all items currently stored externally on the site should be removed, and thereafter there shall be no external storage on the site. So this is the red line boundary. You can see that the site is bounded to the north by Rivelin Valley Road. This is the aerial photograph. You can see it's a rural area. The site is laid to fields at the moment. Rivelin Valley Road runs to the north, and then there's woodland to the east and the south of the site. This is a view from a public footpath to the south of the site, looking north down towards Rivelin Valley Road. You can see to the left of the picture there's some stables which were granted planning permission in 2021 and which are nearing completion on site. This is a view from the front corner of the stables looking towards the east. So Rivelin Valley Road runs to the left of that photograph. And this is a view from the front, stood in front of the stables looking back towards the south. And you can see that the land rises quite steeply there. This is an image of a fence which is proposed as part of the application. It's a 1.7 metre high timber rail fence with deer mesh panels in. This is the site layout. So on there you can see the existing stables to the north of the site. What is proposed is a dog walk area which is to the east of the stables there, surrounded by a fence, and as indicated in the previous picture, and beyond that fence some planting is proposed. 2 parking spaces are also proposed to be used in association with the dog walk area. So members will recall a previous application that was heard at committee in September for a similar proposal for a dog walk area. There are a few key differences between this application and the previous application. To run through those in detail, firstly, the siting of the dog walk area is different. Originally it was proposed to the front of the stable area, in that area that's marked as animal grazing land 4. It's considered that by moving the dog walk area to the east of the site, it's better screened, so it's seen within the context of the walls and the trees to the north and the east of the site. It's a more sensitive siting and it appears less prominent. Another key change is the type of fencing proposed. So previously it was a 2 metre high metal sort of industrial style fence, and now what we have proposed, which was shown in one of the previous slides, is has a much more rural feel, and is commonly found in these sorts of countryside locations. The amount of parking has also been reduced. So before, most of the area in front of the stable was proposed as a parking area, and now that's been reduced significantly, so that just the 2 spaces in front of the stables are proposed. And finally, previously some timber structures were proposed within the dog walk area, and they have also been removed. So the previous reason for refusal related to, there were 2 reasons. The first was that the proposal would cause harm to the openness of the green belt by virtue of the fencing, the general paraphernalia proposed within the dog walk area, the level of parking and the amount of activity associated with the proposed use. The second reason for refusal related to the fact that the proposal would have a harmful impact on the open character and the appearance of the area of high landscape value by virtue of the design, siting, form and intensity of the proposal. It's considered that the changes that are proposed by virtue of the relocated siting, fencing, reduced parking and the absence of any structures in the field overcome the impact in terms of the openness on the green belt. So the proposal is for recreation, which is in itself is not inappropriate development, provided that it preserves the openness of the green belt and doesn't conflict with the purposes of including the land within the green belt. And it's considered that the changes to the application overcome that reason for refusal. In relation to the area of high landscape value, the proposal will be visible from footpaths around the site, but it won't be visible from long-range views. We do consider that there will be some minor impact in terms of the changing character of the site and the intensity of the use of the site, but the proposals and the mitigation measures that have been put in place, including the planting around the fencing, will reduce that. In terms of the benefits of the proposal, there are a number of letters in support of the proposal stating that there's a local need for the facility. It's considered that there is a social benefit in terms of providing recreation and well-being for users of the dog walk. And there's a very small economic benefit by supporting a small business. In terms of the disbenefits, there's a minor negative visual impact to the area of high landscape value by virtue of intensification of the use of the site. In weighing the benefits and the disbenefits, the balance tips slightly in favour of the proposal, and so the offer recommendation is for approval.
Thank you, Sarah. There are no speakers to this item, so I'll proceed straight to members' questions. I've got Councillor Masters indicating. Barbara.
Thank you, Chair. On page 252, it says native planting is proposed to the outer perimeter of the fencing. Is this a proposal or is this a planning condition?
It's shown in the plans as a proposal, but it's also a condition on the application for a soft landscaping scheme to be submitted and approved.
I've also got Councillor Chaplin indicating. Mike?
Chair, it's a comment, not a question. Thank you, Chair. I want to commend officers and the applicant for working together on coming up with a much more workable solution. I think everyone here, when this came to committee before, understood and accepted that there is a need for this facility in Sheffield, but it's how it's presented within a part of the landscape that surrounds Sheffield that is valued and has a high designation. So I'm going to be voting in favour of this proposal, Chair.
I've also got Councillor Woodcock. Alan?
Thank you, Chair. This is a much improved application, so I will be voting in favour.
Councillor Price, Pete.
Yeah, that's what I passed the other day, and moving it further back has took it away from the visual impact, but the fencing is a massive improvement, I think, will be, and I'm going to support the recommendation, Chair, and compliment everybody who's worked on it.
Thank you. Councillor Williams.
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, although I've just come here for today, but I have been following this because it's quite near my ward. It is a lot better. Word of caution is usage creep. That what we get in 3 years' time is completely different to this. So if we can keep an eye on it as a committee, that'll be useful, I think.
I can see no more members wishing that they... Oh, Brian, Councillor Hamshaw.
I've got to agree actually with people that have spoken before that actually this is a huge improvement, and I really think that it's good that we're working well together as officers and applicants. That's the way forward. It's going to be a great benefit to dogs and to dog owners to help socialise their animals.
Okay, thank you. Then I propose to move to the vote, and the officer recommendation is to grant conditionally for the reasons as set out in the report. And I will go around the room. Councillor Woodcock.
For, Chair.
Councillor Holmeshaw.
For the application, Chair.
Councillor Price.
For, Chair.
Councillor Dams. Councillor Chaplin.
For, Chair.
Councillor Williams.
For, Chair.
Councillor McCann.
For, Chair.
Councillor Masters.
For, Chair.
Councillor Davison.
For, Chair.
Councillor Hunt.
For.
Thank you. I think that's a unanimous verdict. Thank you very much for your time. And we move on now to application number... Okay, thank you.
Excuse me. Sorry.
Mr Hill. Mr Hill. You need to come out this way.
Yeah.
Apologies to everybody for shouting down the microphone. It was the only way Mr Hill was not going to get stuck in the building, wander around and be found, I don't know, with a trail of breadcrumbs, I don't know. Right, okay, sorry. It's later, I'm getting frivolous, I must concentrate. We have 2 more applications to hear. So the next one is application 22/02768, which is a full application on land at 218 Wortley Road. And this is also one of your applications, Sarah? Over to you.
Thank you, Chair. Before I start, I'd just draw members' attention to the supplementary. There's one alteration to a condition, that's condition 13, which is the ecological condition, and it's just making clear that a calculation needs to be done in accordance with the DEFERRED net gain calculation. So the application site is located at the junction of Farlow Croft and Wortley Road in the High Green area of the city. From the aerial photograph, you can see that the site is currently occupied by a large detached bungalow and large residential gardens. The surrounding area is predominantly residential. The photographs here show, the first photograph on the left is taken from inside the site, looking up towards the bungalow from the direction of Farlow Croft. The photograph on the top right is taken again from within the site, stood at the side of the bungalow and looking down towards Farlow Croft. The large trees in the foreground are on Farlow Croft. The bottom left-hand photograph is taken from the junction, and the other photograph is taken from the existing vehicular access at Wortley Road. You can see from the photographs that the site is relatively green. It's got a decent amount of tree coverage, and the trees are largely confined to the edges of the site. Some more photographs here. The top 2 are taken along Wortley Road, and the bottom 2 are taken along Farlow Croft. And again, you can see the trees around the edges of the site in those photographs. These photographs are taken along Farlow Croft. So the proposal is for 5 detached dwelling houses. The site access is to be taken from Farlow Croft, and the houses are arranged around the site access. This slide shows sections of the site. So the top section is taken from on a west to east axis with a view of the backs of the houses, as you would see from Wortley Lane. I'm not sure you can make it out, but there is a red line on there which indicates the existing land levels, which in that section are not changed significantly. The second cross section is looking towards the top 2 houses, plots 4 and 5, and again there's a red line which you can see is the existing land levels, and so there is some excavation of land to make way for the houses in that view. but the land levels around the edges of the site where the trees are will remain largely as existing. And the final section is again through the site on the west-east axis, but again this time looking at the front. So these are some images of the house types. The houses are all slightly different, but of the same sort of style. So it's red brick dwellings with some brick detailing to bay windows, pitched roofs, and large glazed openings to add a contemporary feel to the proposal. I'll just flick through. They're all largely quite similar. And I think that is it. So I'll go back to the site plan as I talk about the proposal. The site is located within a housing area where housing is the preferred use. The principle of development on this site has been established through an outline approval which was granted in 2020. That was for 5 detached dwelling houses. All matters were reserved except for the layout and access. The key difference between that proposal and this one is that the access was taken from the main road, from Wortley Road, and then the dwellings were arranged. There were 2 to the west of the site and 3 to the east of the site, so it was a different layout in that instance. In terms of the design, the surrounding area is varied in house styles, ages and materiality. There's a mixture of ages and a mixture of materials used. It's considered that the proposal is an acceptable design and will sit comfortably within the street scene. In terms of amenity impacts, there is a dwelling to the west, which is number 216 Wortley Road. The separation distance between the rear of the nearest house and the side elevation of that property is in excess of 21 metres. So it's not concerned that we're not concerned that there will be an adverse impact upon the amenities of the occupiers of that property. Similarly, on Farlow Croft, the nearest property which you can make out there to the north of the site, it's the side elevation of that property which faces onto the site, and it will be the side elevation of the nearest house that will face onto that property. So there's no concern there with regards to issues of privacy, and the separation distance will ensure that there's no overbearing or overshadowing to that property. As was visible from the photographs, there are a fair amount of trees on the site at present. A tree survey has been submitted with the application that identified 22 individual trees and 6 tree groups. 1 tree was identified as a category U, and that's proposed to be removed. And then 1 tree group, which is tree group G3, is proposed to be removed as well. And you can just about make that out in the smaller site plan to the top right-hand corner. There's a tiny little red dot, and that is where tree group G3 is, and those are the trees proposed to be removed. The rest are proposed to be retained with some crown lifting to avoid conflict with the dwellings, and the protection of the trees will be secured through condition. An ecological survey has been submitted with the application. It showed no protected species on the site and no high-value habitats, and there are conditions to secure ecological enhancements. In terms of highways, each dwelling will have 2 off-street parking spaces, and there'll be 2 visitor parking spaces. Amendments have been made to the visibility displays at the junction with the highway to make sure that the adequate visibility is provided and highways are satisfied with the arrangement. In terms of the benefits of the proposal, it will provide 5 houses in the absence of a 5-year housing land supply. This is considered to be a benefit. It represents sufficient use of a sustainable site, and will have an economic benefit as well. The disbenefits are the small loss of trees. It's concluded that the balance falls in favour of the application and therefore is recommended for approval.
Thank you for that, Sarah. We have 2 speakers to this application. The first one is Jill Ellis. Jill, hello. If you'd like to come through to this, to the console. Never mind, all applications deserve a fair hearing. There's a little outline of a voice, a speaker on the silver buttons at the front. That's it. Press that. Make yourself comfortable, and the floor is yours for up to 5 minutes.
My glasses in. Would it be possible to put the shot up before that shows the row of Farlow Croft as well, please? Because none of these pictures have been supplied before, so it's very difficult to see. Not particularly that one, the one where it shows the OS survey map. Oh, it's in the pack then, is it? A bit earlier on? That is the one in the pack. None of these are in the pack, which does make it difficult, I think, for people to judge. Okay, sorry, shall I start my speech, if we've not got that? Okay, so I'm a resident of Farlow Croft, and I speak on behalf of my fellow residents. They've all raised objections in the application, and I'm sure you've obviously read those. Our points are as follows. So the first paragraph of the Planning Office report contained in the public document refers to refused plans. Many plans have been refused on this site. I point out that these applications have been made previously were all for less obtrusive properties. We've got no objection to properties on this land, but we need them to be in keeping. So these are very obtrusive. The last one was withdrawn on officer recommendations because I spoke to the planning officer, because again, it actually gave massing and height to the site. So we very much feel that the latest proposal is not in keeping with the setting, as the development is supposed to be red brick. All our houses are Bradstone, which looks like stone, and the main property at the other side is also stone. And there are 28 houses on our little cul-de-sac that this now finishes the end of our cul-de-sac. All houses on Farlow Croft adhere to a strict curtilage line, and that's on page 270. If you look at page 270, that's the OS map I was trying to find, Sarah. It shows that we all adhere to a curtilage line that was put in place through a covenant that was put on the properties. We've lived there 30, I think that, yeah, you can just see it now, so you can see where the bungalow is in that red line, and we all adhere to that line, all of us, and have kept all open plan gardens as was expected in the covenant. Suddenly that covenant doesn't count anymore, so 5 red brick houses that have no garages, that 5 bedroomed, are very much, for us, out of keeping with the road. I'm glad we've got these pictures now, because none of those documents were in the original reports. It was very difficult for people to get this information and see it. We don't think the issue with height and massing is being properly addressed at the moment. And if we do feel that if Planning Committee are minded to grant this application in terms of the information that's in front of you, we ask that you come and do a site inspection, because I've looked at all the council members and I don't think anyone is really from this area to be able to see what I'm talking about. So it'd be really good if you came and had a look first, so you can really judge the impact on the locality. That bottom junction there is the main A61. It's an accident black spot. Sorry, I'm a bit nervous. Okay. Already, I think it was Sarah referred to the trees on the site. Earlier this year, the developer removed a substantial amount of trees, probably half the trees. And so I think the photographs that Sarah has given us, I'm not sure when they were taken, Sarah. I think they're the old photographs before the trees were felled, because you can see all the felled trees in the garden now. So I think the trees were felled. He removed a substantial number of trees on the site and many shrubs prior to any planning approval and prior to any ecological survey, and it was during nesting season. You'll have seen RSPCB have commented on that in their comments as well. Bats are regularly seen in the vicinity of the house and garden. The ecological survey that Sarah referred to was only carried out 6 months after the trees were felled, and it was the residents who brought that to the attention of the council. We rang the council and said, we're really concerned, about this being done in nesting season. A number of local residents witnessed the removal of the trees and questioned the workers. They saw no evidence of any checking for nesting birds. They just, removing the trees and the shrubs. They removed about half the trees. They're all laid in the garden. You can see them. A number of those trees that were removed, I believe, looking at the original outline planning permission, were conditioned to remain, and they've already gone. And I really do feel that shows scant regard by the developer for planning requirements, and, really concerned about all the conditions that are in this planning permission for this proposed development as to whether they would be treated correctly by the developer. I mean, I presume it's Sarah's, you know, the planning officer worked really hard and produced a report to mitigate against the valid objections that have been raised, and it's led to lots of recommendations and conditions attached to the proposal in this planning permission. And I'm just concerned as to whether officer time can be used to monitor such compliance, and if there can be any sanctions if they're broken. So the mature garden, by the way, is a greenfield site. It does tell you that on page 267. So obviously the bungalow isn't, but the garden is a greenfield site. And in Sheffield's own planning document, it does say, because I've sadly read them, that it discourages development on mature gardens. This is a mature garden. Okay? The proposed dwellings are designed so they sit with their rear gardens facing Worthley Road and Farlow Croft. Again, totally different to what the layout is at the moment. And actually having some of the buildings, the trees, etc., are a really important part of what we want. And we're really concerned that some of these dwellings are just not orientated correctly. What we're looking for is a development of less houses and in line with keeping with the rest of the road. Finish the road. This is called Farlow Croft. There's only 20 odd houses. Let's finish it properly. Let's have houses that match and work with the road. Okay, so that's what we're asking for. The proposed development consists of substantial dwellings. They're 5 bedrooms, I think most of them. Therefore, car ownership is likely to be high. Each dwelling has 2 car parking spaces, and there are no garages in any of the houses, despite what those elevations did look like. We could have some garages. And there's 2 visitor spaces. If you look where that is, we're right at the edge. We have cars on the edge of, all down Workley Road, queuing to get onto the A61 all the time. And I just think it's, you know, to put 5 dwellings there, which are going to have high car usage or numbers, we just think is, you know, a bit of a concern in an accident black spot. So, in summary, we request the planning committee refuse this application or perhaps push it back, make a site visit before you make any decision, and just give us a development that's in keeping with the site so we can finish our road and continue to be a community and actually make use of it. That's me finished, I think. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Ms. Ellis. Thank you. Sarah, do you want to comment on that? The other speaker is for the application.
So I'll just make a few comments in response to what's been raised. So reference was made to a number of previous applications, and you're definitely correct, there have been a number of applications on the site. The last application was withdrawn, and that was because it was a reserved matters application for the previously approved outline application, and the details weren't in the spirit of the outline application, so it wasn't considered that it could be considered as a reserved matters application, essentially. I would highlight again, the fact that we have granted outline permission for 5 detached dwellings in 2020. In terms of materials, there are a variety of materials in the street scene. Farlow Croft is predominantly artificial stone. Yeah, but in the surrounding area, including on the opposite side of Wortley Road, brick is evident, and so is natural stone further up the road. Given that this is a corner site, it's considered that that the use of a slightly different design and materials is acceptable because it sort of stands on its own. It's not viewed directly in relation to Farlow Croft. It's a corner site, and therefore it can be treated differently. Also, screening is afforded by the trees on the site. In terms of the scale and massing, I think if I just scroll through to the sections, it did indicate the neighbouring houses. So you can see that in relation to 216 Wortley Road, the scale of the property sits comfortably. In relation to the dwellings on Farlow Croft, the properties are larger in scale than the immediately adjacent property, but there is quite a degree of screening that means that they're not viewed directly next to that, and in the wider context of the street scene, it's considered that they're acceptable. The site is a greenfield site, and one of our policies requires that no more than 12% of dwelling completion should be on greenfield sites. The latest figure shows that currently only 5% of completions are on greenfield sites, and so we're well within the tolerances of that policy to allow additional development on this greenfield site. And just to confirm that a site visit was carried out yesterday, so members who attended that site visit are aware of the site and its surroundings. And sorry, finally, trees have been removed on the site. They weren't protected as part of any tree preservation order or anything like that, and so permission wasn't required for the removal of those trees at that time.
Okay, thank you for that, Sarah. Ms Ellis, if you'd like to return to your seat, and the next speaker is Daniel Bull. Mr Bull, if you'd like to take a seat at the console, the button in front of you will, the silver button will turn the microphone on, and you have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I'm Daniel Bull. I'm design manager at Coda Bespoke, so I work directly on this development. What I would just quickly say, which I noticed that the previous speaker mentioned, was about the photos. I can assure you that they were taken by a colleague of mine last week or week before when Marcus requested them for his report, so they are up-to-date photos of the site. That's just what I remember. So yeah, I'm not going to keep you for long. Just want to highlight some points. I firstly just say that what we're trying to achieve is 5 quality new build homes that have been carefully considered, and we've worked closely with the team at Sheffield City Council over the last 12 to 18 months on this site to ensure that we create a scheme that suits the site and its surrounding without any adverse effect on the neighbouring dwellings or undermining its surroundings. The site is quite oversized for the dwelling that sits on it at the moment, and we're looking to provide five dwellings that are still set in generous plots, accessed by a private drive. They are now of a scale and mass that suits the area and dwellings in the surroundings. Maybe previously have not been on previous applications, but we have remedied that along with the council through ongoing negotiations, which has included several site visits with Marcus Young and some of my colleagues. So the plots do all benefit from an exceptional amount of outdoor space and off-street parking. They've been very delicately placed to ensure that they're coherent with the topography of the site. So we've tried to respond to how the land lies, to the point where the dwellings at the top of the site on the east, excuse me, are like 2.5 story at the front, but only 1.5 story at the back. So they're built into the landscape to ensure that we're keeping this mass and scale down, and we are trying to respect what's there currently, and the sections show that we're following the natural forms of the land on this development, and that's something that, again, we've worked closely with the council on. I'd also point out that the site plan, again, we've gone through several iterations, and we've actually, in the previous negotiations, we've put forward 3 or 4 options for different arrangements of these dwellings on the site, and this was the one that we came to agreement was best suited. It offers the best solar gain for all the houses in terms of they all get benefit from a lot of natural daylight in the amenity spaces, and it just seemed to work more naturally with the site than previous options and the previous layout, which was in the outline permission. I would say that, sorry. So on top of, 1 minute, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought there. So yeah, it's already been mentioned, there is still dense vegetation around the perimeter of the site, and that can be seen on the photos that have been displayed. The site is still very well screened, and it ensures that the homes will, almost as soon as constructed, will sit at home because they've got established vegetation already in place. Just ultimately, it's going to result in 5 quality new build homes of a real high standard, and Sheffield, as has been mentioned, is in need of these. We're in debt of them, so I'm hoping that you'll agree with the officer's report that we've come to a positive scheme here, which will be good for the community, and I hope that you'll approve it today. All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you for your time, Mr. Ball. Sarah, do you feel the need to respond to that? Right, I'll move on to members' questions then. And I've got Councillor Chaplin. Mike.
Yes, I just wonder if Sarah can remind us why tree group 3 has to be taken out, and I take the point that the use of red brick, they would be the first red brick houses on that street, but from what I saw yesterday, I could see other red brick houses along Wortley Road, which was just opposite. I can't really work that into a question. Is there a conservation area in this part of High Green at all? Thank you.
The site doesn't fall within a conservation area. In relation to tree group 3, I believe that they need to be removed because of the proximity to the proposed houses. The tree report does identify them as category C, so they are a lower category in any event.
Councillor Humshaw, Brian.
Hi there. Thank you, Chair. So a few things strike me about this application. I did go and visit the site, so I had a good look at it. I think it's disappointing that it's not stone or stone-like, because that tends to be the vernacular style in the west of Sheffield. So I think that's a disappointment. What I really wanted to ask, though, was about the bird nesting issue, and how can that be dealt with? How can that be reported adequately? If I can ask that question, please, Sarah. And, sorry, Peter. Thank you. The lost trees. Screening is going to be very vital to this site to make it acceptable to local residents. So I think that's going to be really important to the site. And is that actually dealt with within one of the conditions I wanted to ask? So the screening of the site specifically on the edges. Yeah.
Okay, thank you, Brian. Sarah, would you like to respond to those?
So there is a condition relating to the requirement to submit a hard and soft landscaping condition. Scheme, sorry. There's also a condition which requires that the trees shown to be retained are retained and protected from development. In terms of the bird nesting, I believe we've got a condition, a directive. Is it number 17? There we go. So, condition 17, yeah, relates to the bird nesting.
The rest of us were aware.
Thank you. Is it possible that, if I've got this right, that you're going to have to cut down a certain number of trees to do the building? Not that are currently on there. So some trees will have to come down to complete this application. Is that right?
It's tree group 3, which is shown in that tiny little red dot in the right-hand corner of the screen. I think Diana's going to point to it.
Okay. Okay.
That.
Yeah, I get that and understand that. They're not TPO'd or anything like that.
No, and then the rest of the trees around the curtilage.
Yeah. But as a condition, could we ask the developer to replace the trees he's taking out with some new trees?
There is a hard and soft landscape scheme required if members considered that it was necessary to include replacement trees within that. Perhaps we could amend the wording slightly to specify replacement trees.
If possible, because it helps with the biodiversity and the wildlife, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, I would like to propose that we end up with the same number of trees on the site.
Do apologise, Roger. So, is that your question answered, Richard? Yeah. I also have a question from Councillor Masters. Barbara, you indicated.
Thank you, Chair. Can you just clarify the relevance of the covenant that was mentioned for Farlow Croft? I'm assuming it applied to just the newer houses, but I'd like to know. Thank you.
Sorry, I didn't catch the first part of that.
Right, can you clarify the relevance of the covenant that was mentioned for Farlow Croft?
I'm afraid I'm not familiar with the covenant, any covenant on Farlow Croft. Whether that's in the deed, written into the deeds, or whether it was one of the stipulations of planning, I'm not familiar.
I'm assuming it was written into the deeds for those properties, but I just want to know whether that would have any relevance to this. You can't answer.
We can get an answer from you, from Vicky.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Apologies, Councillor Masters. Obviously, I'm not familiar with the covenant itself. But in terms of covenants where people are directed to do certain things on land, what that is it's essentially about private rights. So even if somebody obtains planning permission, if somebody is getting the benefit of the covenant, they can still take action against somebody who's then breaching that covenant at a later stage. So in terms of private rights, that's something else to be pursued later. We can still deal with the planning application irrespective of whether a covenant is still able to be enforced by private citizens through private means, if that helps. Thank you.
Okay, right. I can see no further indications of questions, so I will move on to comments. Councillor Chaplin?
Chair, I think this is one of those applications where it's very difficult to find sound planning reasons to oppose the development. I'm mindful of the tilted balance that we do need to build more homes in Sheffield. If there is a concern, these are all 5-bedroom properties which will be for a more niche market. But I think all the concerns have been addressed, and I'm going to be minded to support the application, Chair.
Thank you, Mike. I've got Councillor Price, Pink.
Thank you, Chair. The fact it's already got outline planning permission for 5 properties, it's just assessing that, and honestly, I think it's a decent development. I think there's enough, each one's got decent garden space. It's a massive site, and for 5 properties, and compared to ones we've given down in Stompsbit and Deepcar, I think it's well planned and placed, that one. It's got a great edge round, a substantial hedge that blocks it off, and I liked it. The fact it's red brick, you know, it brings some variety into the area because there are other red brick buildings in the area, and I'm going to support the recommendation, Chair.
Okay, thank you, Pete. And I've also got Councillor Williams, Richard.
Thank you. Just really a point of clarification, because people are talking about 5-bedroom houses, but I think some of them are only 4-bedroom houses. So it's 3 5-bedrooms and 2 4. Thank you.
Do you have a comment that you'd also like to make?
Yes, I tend to agree with Peter. I think, which I often do. Yeah, I think it is considered. I think overall 4 would be better than 5, but we have the tilted balance, which we have to respect because we're going to end up in deep water otherwise. So I will be supporting this, but I have sympathy for the resident.
Thank you, Councillor. I can see no more indications, so I'll move to the officer recommendation, which is to grant conditionally for the reasons as set out in the report. So I'll go around the room and ask if officers are minded to support that.
Excuse me, Chair, is that with the new condition about the trees?
Oh, sorry, yes, that's with the new condition with regards to the trees. Yes, thank you. So I should have put as amended at the end of that. Thank you for reminding me. We voted on a couple of amendments earlier, Sarah. Yeah. Those are, you've made a note of those.
No, there's already a bird.
There's already the bird one. Yeah. Okay, that's thank you. So the bird one is carried.
That's already on. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay.
it's the trees that's added, isn't it?
Right. Okay. Thank you. So Councillor Woodcock.
For, Chair.
Councillor Humshaw.
For the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Councillor Price.
For, Chair.
Councillor Dance.
For, Chair.
Councillor Chaplin.
For, Chair.
Councillor Williams.
Yeah, I support the officer's recommendation.
Councillor McCann.
For, Chair.
Councillor Masters.
For, Chair.
Councillor Davison.
For, Chair.
And Councillor Hunt.
For.
And that one is carried. Thank you very much. And our last planning application of the day is...
Councillor Williams.
I request a 5-minute comfort break.
You can most certainly, if
Will be
yes,
less than 5.
we have a situation now where people are going to miss their last transport home before the 7 o'clock end of service. So I'm hoping to, I know that this is not a formal matter for this meeting, but I'm hoping to discuss this matter concisely. Councillor Williams has declared an interest in this. You are allowed to sit in the room, but you're not allowed to take part in the debate or vote. So please sit at the back. Sorry, apologies, Roger. Our final application of the day is application 22/02840, which is a full application concerning the garage site to the rear of 23 to 31 Hanson Road. And this is also Sarah's application, so it's over to you, Sarah.
Thank you, Chair. This slide shows the red line boundary of the site. So the application relates to number 23 Hanson Road, which is located to the east of that L-shaped red line boundary, and it's an end terrace property. And then to the north, you can see a detached garage. They're all within the same ownership, and the application relates to the alteration of the garage to form ancillary accommodation to be used in association with number 23. So the aerial photographs gives a bit more context. You can see that it's a predominantly residential area. This photograph is taken from the rear of the garage, looking, the property at the side is number 33 Hanson Road, and that's a relatively new detached stone property. This image is taken from the front of the site, so you can see the garage and that number 33 just at this edge of the photograph, and the garden areas of the row of terrace properties which run next to the garage. This is again taken from the rear of the garage, but looking towards the rear of the gardens that run along the back of the row of terrace properties on Hanson Road. This is to the front of the site. You can see that there's 2 parking spaces associated with the garage at the moment, and you can see the side elevation of number 33 there. This photograph is taken from within the garden area of number 23, looking towards the garage and looking across the garden areas of the adjacent terrace properties. You can also see, if you look a bit wider, the character of surrounding properties within the area. So there's the stone properties which are recently built. There's also directly opposite the garage a property which has been renovated, and it has render, and it also has timber cladding to the ground floor of the property in a dark colour. Another view taken from number 23 towards the garage. So this slide shows the site layout plan. On the left-hand side is the existing footprint of the garage. On the right-hand side is the proposed footprint. So the footprint is largely the same as existing, with a very, very slight extension to the front of the property. This shows the sections through the site. So at the top there, you can see a section taken through the garage with number 33 beyond. And you can see how the levels of the gardens drop down so that the garden area directly to the rear of the garage is higher than the garden area at number 23. The bottom section again shows the level differences across the site, with number 33 set at a slightly higher level and number 23 and the adjoining terraces set at a lower level. The floor plans indicate that the ground floor of the garage will be used as a store to the front of the site and a garden room to the rear of the site. There'll be a downstairs toilet and then stairs leading up to the newly formed first floor, which will be office accommodation. And 2 parking spaces will be provided and retained to the front of the premises. So these are the elevations. The existing elevations are shown to the left and the proposed elevations to the right. The alterations include increasing the height of the eaves and altering the pitch of the roof so that the gable faces the road instead of facing the sides of properties. In terms of materials, it's a relatively contemporary development that's proposed, so it's black metal cladding to the roof and the side elevations, and timber cladding to the gables above ground floor level. I think that was the last one. I'll go back. So there's a relatively extensive planning history for the site. There have been 3 previous refusals for the use of the garage as a separate dwelling house. One of those refusals was for the demolition of the garage and the construction of a new dwelling, and the other 2 were for conversion of the existing garage, including alterations to form a separate residential property. The reasons for refusals related to design, so it was considered that the alterations to form a separate residential property, which included alterations at the ground floor, insertion of windows and doors, and the resulting appearance of that dwelling, it would appear out of keeping with the street scene in terms of its appearance as a separate dwelling house, because it was very small. The character of the area is 2-storey dwelling houses, and it appeared sort of shoehorned into the site as a separate dwelling house. The second reason for refusal related to overdevelopment of the site, given the small garden area proposed for that dwelling and overlooking 2 neighbouring garden areas and to the garden area of the proposed dwelling house from the adjacent residential properties. In terms of design, the proposal is contemporary, as previously discussed, but the wider context has a variety of materials, including a relatively modern-looking property opposite, which has got some dark cladding on. So in the context of the surroundings, it's considered that the contemporary appearance is acceptable. The ground floor, the garage door is to be retained, so it will still have the appearance of an outbuilding rather than appearing as a separate residential property, which we previously had concerns about. And in terms of amenity, the footprint is largely similar to the existing structure. The eaves, as mentioned, will be slightly higher, but the reorientation of the roof so that it pitches away from the neighbouring properties will reduce the impact upon them. In terms of windows, there is 1 new window proposed at the front, which will have a view out over the street and adequate separation distance to the property opposite. At the rear, there's a high-level window, so there won't be a view afforded from that towards the rear of the site. And the roof lights are high level, so again, they'll provide light to that upper floor, but they won't provide any outlook or overlooking. A fence is proposed to the boundary of the garden. If I should go back to the site plan, might help me explain. So you can see that the site links largely to the garden of number 23, but there is a small area which potentially overlooks number 25, but a fence is proposed along that small area to prevent overlooking into that garden area. And in terms of overdevelopment, the fact that it's actually enlarging number 23's garden and will be used in association with number 23 overcomes those reasons in relation to overdevelopment. A condition is proposed to ensure that the property won't be sold or let separately to number 23.
Thank you, Sarah. That was a very good précis of the application. I have no speakers to this, so I'll take questions, and I've got Councillor Chaplin indicating.
I apologise, Chair, for getting in first. I'm just looking at the garage. Do they still have enough space to put their vehicles in? I'm just looking at where the stairwell is, and it's quite a big vehicle out front. Well, one of the two vehicles is very big, and I'm just wondering now whether they've got the space to put it inside.
So it isn't proposed to go inside. It's a store area for more like garden equipment, I think, at ground floor, but there's 2 off-street parking spaces to the front, which are marked on that plan, and they're an acceptable size.
It's a garage in appearance only then, like a lot of people's garages.
Indeed, like my garage. I haven't had a car in there for a number of years. Sorry. Roger?
I think I've done the same. The only concern I have, I just wonder whether this is part of planning, but this is a residential area, and I've seen a number of plaques, business plaques going on side of doors. Can we prevent that happening in residential areas? Because it should invite a business rate, and they're obviously getting away with it. So I just wonder whether we can say no business signs can be attached, as it's got office space.
Sarah, is that something that you can answer as a planning officer?
Well, my view of that is that this would be ancillary office accommodation, and therefore a plaque shouldn't be. To be ancillary, you would suspect that it wouldn't be installed. Sorry, Diana's just clarified. If it needs advertisement consent, then it would need permission. But if not, like a small plaque, it may not need permission.
Okay. Any more questions? Comments? I'm not seeing members indicating any comments, so I shall proceed. Oh, sorry, Councillor Umshaw.
So, I can't say I'm very impressed by the development as it looks. It seems to me like overdevelopment. It's going to have a substantial impact on the street scene, which, to my mind, is quite complex and mixed without actually wanting to put any more in there. There's a whole mix of materials on the building as well. So I will probably be voting against this application. I think it's overdevelopment.
Okay, thank you for that. No more comments? Oh, Peter.
Speak against that, yeah. I mean, it's on the same format, the same size, not extending at all. It's just going up a little bit, isn't it? It's not. It's remaining on the same footprint, isn't it?
No, it's expanding a little bit in the front.
It's expanding slightly towards the front.
It's hardly a change. That's
yeah,
what
you can
I'm
see
saying.
from the images. It's only very marginal.
It's an issue with it personally, but anyway.
Right, so Barbara,
I'll make a comment from this end, just to sort of, keep it going. Basically, sort of my main concern was whether it be sold as a separate annex. And I know there's a condition, but having seen the site and the size of the external space, I can't imagine it being ever passing approval under current planning or future planning regulations because of amenity. So I'm assured on that main aspect, so I'd be in favour of passing it.
Okay, thank you. So I will now go to the vote on the officer recommendation, which is to grant conditionally for the reasons as set out in the report. And I'll go round the room. Councillor Woodcock.
For Chair.
Councillor Henshaw.
I'll be abstaining on this application.
Councillor Price.
For Chair.
For Chair. Councillor Chaplin.
For Chair.
Councillor McCann.
Abstain.
Councillor Masters.
For Chair.
Councillor Davison.
4, Chair.
And Councillor Hunt.
4.
That's carried with 7 votes for and 2 abstentions. Thank you very much. Now, our final item of business today, item 10 on the agenda, is the record of planning appeals, submissions and decisions. Dinah is... Sorry? Well, I was just going to ask Dinah, is there any learning that you would like us to take away from this, Dinah?
I don't think there's any learning, Chair. I think I would just point out of the 9 decisions there, perhaps worth looking at number 7, which, and actually I just wanted to point out a mistake there, because number says to report an appeal against a delegated decision. It's actually a committee decision of the council, and this related to the 7-storey building that was refused on Norfolk Street, and that appeal was dismissed, with the inspector agreeing that that the 7-storey building would have a harmful impact on living conditions and on the non-designated heritage assets adjacent to the plot. And obviously since then, the committee has since granted a reduced scheme that was 6 storeys and had a smaller footprint.
Okay, thank you for that. So, does the meeting note the report? Thank you very much. So I'll see you all on the 10th of January 2022. Have a happy 2023.
Apologies,
yeah, with
Chair.
time travel. We could actually, if the agendas are going to be this big, we could do with a bit of time travel, couldn't we? It's scheduled to start at 2 o'clock, but if we have another massive agenda, I'm conscious that buses start going off at 7 o'clock, and I hope it's better starting earlier and finishing earlier. Thank you.